Hey everybody, welcome to a brand new Ike Live. The show is brought to you by some amazing companies, including the presenting sponsor of Ike Live, Mystery Tackle Box MTB. It's like happiness right to your doorstep once a month. Mystery Tackle Box puts brand new lures, hot items in your hand once a month. Listen to me. Use the promo code Ike Live. Get 30% off your first Elite box or 50% off your first Pro box. That's unbelievable. Also brought to you by Tin Cup Whiskey. God, I love whiskey. This is American style whiskey cut with Rocky Mountain water. It's got a classic finish to it. I personally love the rye. It's got a little bit of a bold, spicy finish. You're going to love this stuff. Straight from the Rockies to your glass. Also brought to you by TH Marine, the maker of great marine products, from everything from a John boat to a Biggie Smalls yacht. That's TH Marine. Go to thmarine.com, use the promo code Ike Live, and get $10 off a $50 order or more. Unbelievable. Brought to you by Flambeau, the makers of the best tackle storage systems in the world, including the brand new Crank Bank and Blade Crate. Of course, every single Flambeau tackle storage system has Z-Rust incorporated to help keep your hooks rust-free. Go to flambeauoutdoors.com, use the promo code Ike Live, and get 20% off your entire order. That's unbelievable. Brought to you by Founders Beer. God, I love Founders. I'm such a beer guy, and I like all styles of beer. Founders makes them. I want you to go to foundersbrewing.com, or even better yet, download the Founders app. And by doing that, you can find out what dealer or bar has Founders right near you. Also, they're going to keep you ahead of the curve on brand new beer releases. That's foundersbrewing.com. This show's brought to you by Liquid Mayhem. Scent matters. Listen to me. If you want to catch more fish, if you want to catch bigger fish, try some Liquid Mayhem, put it on your favorite lure, and you're going to get bit. Go to liquidmayhem.com, use the promo code Ike Live. You ready for this? For 25% off your order of the best scent on the market, Liquid Mayhem. Also brought to you by Heshy Socks. That's right, Heshy Socks. Who doesn't love a good, comfortable, well-fitting sock? And guess what? The Ike Live crew had a hand in this, and we've got specially designed Ike-style socks just for you. Cushioned foot and toe, stay-up technology, and they've got a technology built in there where they won't stink. This is unbelievable, okay? Great designs, under $10, with the code Ike Live at heshywear.com. Also, they have Ike Foundation design socks. All proceeds go to the Ike Foundation. Brought to you by Torqeedo Motors, the leader in electric motor drives. If you're one of the guys like me, you have a tiny boat, you have a John boat, you live on an electric-only lake, get a Torqeedo if you want to be the fastest, most efficient boat on the water. Go to torqeedo.com. And last but not least, the Ike Live show is brought to you by Hobie Kayaks. Hobie is the Cadillac of kayaks, and kayak fishing is changing the world. Easy access, easy to get into. I want you to go to Hobie.com to check out their large array of kayak products, including the one that I use, the Hobie 360. Listen to me. Prepare yourself. Get your popcorn. Get your Founder's Beer and Tin Cup Whiskey. Get ready for a brand new Ike Live show coming up live right now. Come on, let's watch. Hey, everybody.
Hello.
There you have it. That was a good intro. It's going to be one of those shows. Folks at home.
We're doing it live.
Folks at home, how you doing tonight? I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. I know I am. We have a amazing show for you tonight. I know I always say that, but this is the first darn show that feels normal. We got a crew tonight. We got vaccinated people in the room tonight. Things are getting better. I'm so happy. We got a good one for you tonight. The guys from Tackle Warehouse.
Yeah.
Corey and Daniel joining us.
The real MVPs.
That's right. Live in
missed
studio.
you last year.
Dude, how you guys doing?
Doing good.
I love when you guys come in because and Brian gets nervous all the time about this. But in a normal show, we're a lot more planned out and detailed. But I like not being planned and detailed when you guys come because it flows better.
Just winging it. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Sometimes when you don't prepare, right?
Yeah, it's better.
It's better. Daniel, you would agree with this, right?
Yeah.
It is better.
I feel like we're confident enough to just freestyle it, right?
Right.
So we'll be fine.
Right. I think you're right. Also want to introduce the rest of the room here real quick, and then I want to let you in on a surprise guest that we just announced. But doing the IMs, sitting next to Brian over here, we got the one and only Riz, a.k.a. Rizzo. Riz, how you doing tonight?
Doing great, man.
Good to see you, bro.
Excited for another Ike Live with the
Yes.
TW guys, and you really are the MVPs because if you're a bass fisherman, you order from Tackle Warehouse, and these guys are the ones that make it happen.
Yeah, I want to know that. Do people that know who you are or know of you, do you get like thanked all the time?
Do you get like stopped in the airport?
Christmas cards, like thank you guys.
Nah, they get. Oh, my orders. This.
Oh, you
is
get all the
back-ordered."
negative? You don't get any of the positive?
There's a fair amount of negative. We do get a lot of positive stuff, though. Even when we do get some of the negative stuff, a lot of our customers come to bat for us and give the positive reviews and pump us up. So it's really cool to see that. Yeah.
Okay. The other thing, you guys, I'll let you think on this if you want to say this publicly tonight. But when I do my read and I mention Tackle Warehouse, I say all the time, every pro I know shops at Tackle Warehouse. You guys have a tremendous list of pros. You get to see that list. Do you want to come clean on some of the Bass Pro Shop guys that order from Tackle Warehouse every week? All right, you think about that. We won't make answer. We'll think about
Let's just say they all do.
all right. They all do. All right. Producing the show tonight, the one and only Brian the Carpenter. Brian, how you doing tonight?
Super.
Good to see you.
Super tired.
Man.
Yes. And last but definitely not least, and I mentioned this before we came on air, we miss having him in studio. Can't wait to get him back. The one and only Dean Pete Lusick. Pete!
What's up, Pete?
What's up, guys? I'm definitely on that list, Corey.
Yeah.
You are.
Dude,
How
yeah.
bad does Shelly have to keep tabs on your spending, or do you manage it? How does that work?
It's I get on her and I really can't because there's always an Amazon package at the door. There's always a package there. So I'm trying to catch up and match her by Tackle Warehouse orders. So
okay.
we're good.
Now, be honest though. Do you blame a lot of it on Bash U? You're like, oh, this isn't for me. This is a Bash U promotion.
I really didn't think of that.
You're going to learn a lot of things tonight.
Yeah.
Corey and Daniel are going to tell us how to set up your own account.
Yeah.
To have
Like a
bills.
secret account?
Yes.
Yeah.
Secret credit card.
And some
A P.O. box.
Wow.
Nice.
Yep. The wife
some
will never
hacks
know.
too to like
Bet.
sending it to your work instead
Yeah.
of your home.
Whoa.
Sent to your neighbor's place.
All right. This is
Yeah.
all
The
stuff
best-
you're gonna. It's all
Yeah.
stuff you're gonna learn tonight. You
Yeah.
know.
The best thing that I've heard is one of my customers. His mother-in-law and him had an agreement. She was addicted to online shopping, and she would have all of her stuff sent to his house, and he would have all his Tackle Warehouse stuff sent to her house,
It's a great
and they would
relationship.
swap packages.
Symbiotic relationship. I like
It works.
that. And Pete, you're going to be happy to hear this. I want everybody to know. Special guest announcement. Very late. We got the approval on this. Joining us in the second segment, your old roommate, Pete Lusick. Mark Menendez.
What? You guys were roomies?
BASS Pro joining us tonight. I'm stoked to have Mark on, man. First time ever on a full Ike Live show.
Yep.
Yes.
Mark's the best, man. He's been at this long time. He's done so much in the sport. He's seen it through the split. Can't wait to talk to him.
Yeah, it's going to be really good. Let me remind everybody, your input tonight is super critical. We want to hear from you. Lots of ways to get in touch with us. Right there on the bottom of your screen, hit us up on the IM. Riz is going to be putting them through all night. Also, if you're watching over on social media, Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter, at Ike Live Show. If you're watching on Facebook, Riz, you know the deal. We do the world-famous Ike Live bag giveaway here, and this thing's loaded. Corey, give me an honest estimate. We call it 20 to 25 pounds. What would you say on that one? In the mid-20s, low 20s, what would you say?
23 and a half.
23 and a half pounds of sponsored products. There's some TW stuff in there as well. All you have to do, if you're watching over on Facebook right now, like and share that feed. That's it. Just like and share the feed, and in the third segment, we're going to pick a winner for that. Isn't that right, Riz? We're going to pick a winner third segment?
It's about 20.
That's right. That's going to be going out the door to a lucky Ike Live fan tonight.
Yes.
Yes. Now Facebook, bring it.
Bring it.
Because we're about to move this promotion over to YouTube.
Yes.
Might be about a half-pound lighter right now.
Yeah, if you don't bring it, we're going to move it over to YouTube.
Yeah.
Also, want to make an announcement real quick about a game we're playing tonight. You're going to want to stick in for this. I don't know if it might be end of first, might be third segment. We're going to do the first ever Ike Live Jeopardy game tonight. Daniel, you excited about that?
I am.
You're going to be one of the contestants. So
You are.
Okay.
Okay. All
I'm a
right.
little
I'm
nervous.
All right. It's going to be good.
Yeah.
It's going to be really good. Want to remind everybody, too, a couple quick updates. We want to welcome a new sponsor to the Ike Live roster.
Oh.
Empire Covers joining us
Yeah.
here on Ike Live.
That's right.
Listen, if you're watching, you have something that needs to be covered. I'm telling you, you do. You've got a full-size boat. You've got a tiny boat. You've got a kayak, a canoe, a four-wheeler, a camper. You've got something. Empire has the cover for you. You're going to see some great shots and coverage of this, Riz. We've got one going on Rizzo's boat. We've got one coming for a tiny boat, so you're really going to get to see it. But go over to empirecover.com, use the promo code Ike Live, and you're going to get 15% off the best cover you've ever used in your life. Want to remind you, yes,
do
Brian.
they make you like pick your colors and all that?
Oh yeah, you can pick color. They do custom sizing. They have different fits. It's pretty awesome. So very excited about getting one on my tiny boat. Also want to remind you, check out those socks Brian covered. Can we do a little close up? Click, click, right there. What do you got? Heshy socks right now, still for sale. And I want you to head over there. Go to heshywear.com. Use the promotion code. There they go. There you go. Look, and Corey's a hand model. Look at that. Like Vanna White with a beard. Use the promo code Ike Live over on heshywear.com. 20% off these socks. Also, if you're over there and you want to pick up the Ike Foundation socks, that entire donation will go toward the Ike Foundation and getting kids fishing. Want to remind you guys about the brand new boxes from Flambeau. We've got the Crank Bank and the Blade Crate. These are awesome. You're going to want to check those out. Liquid Mayhem, Brian the Carpenter. We got the fish together a few weeks ago.
This
up
is
on
true.
the dip your fanny in the Susquehanna. Dude, the real deal. We got to see it. We got to see it in use there.
Yeah, that was wild.
And I also want to say this. I'm not saying 100% this had anything to do with it. And I'm not trying to, because I still don't know shit about this glide bait fishing. But I had a chance to fish on Nakamixon with the glide bait king of Nakamixon. And I was freaking rubbing Mayhem on my glide bait every 30 to 40 casts. And I caught more fish than he did. He had a better average, absolutely. But I got more bites than he did fishing in the back of the boat. That's a good testament to scent and even its application on hard
And like
baits.
we saw when we were throwing it, you were putting it on the jerk bait.
I'm just telling you.
Yeah, that was silly. That was it. But
It sticks to it, man.
that
That's
was the deal.
Yeah, it is a deal. Also want to remind everybody, we've already dipped into it, but you're going to see a little bit more of it later in the show. Tin Cup Whiskey, a great sponsor of the show. We love it. We love the taste of this stuff. This is real American whiskey, and we might have some of the. This is the special black label, Brian.
That's the 10-year.
This is the 10-year. We loved it. We loved it. We drank a little bit of it last week.
I'm working on getting more.
Yeah, we might get into that before the night's out.
The rye too, right? The rye. I saw a bottle of rye.
The rye is good too. We love the rye.
I'm gonna have to try some of that.
Last but not least, Mystery Tackle Box, the presenting sponsor of the show. In the third segment, we're going to be opening up a green box. Go over to mysterytacklebox.com. Use the promo code IkeLive, 50% off your first box, half off your first box. So that's pretty awesome. Pete, before we get started, man, we want to send a thank you to our military, active and veterans, men and women. Thank you guys for what you do. This world is crazy. This world's nuts. It's bizarre. Also, thank you to our firemen, policemen, EMT, doctors, nurses. Thank you guys for what you do. It's crazy. Pete, real quick, what's going on over at BU? You guys have some stuff going on over there right now?
Yeah, we've got the 50-50 promotion that's still hot right now, Bash. If you've been on the fence with wanting to come over and train with us, do it now. It's 50 days free or $50 off an annual subscription. And we have another Bash University Zoom seminar that's coming up in the month of May. It's going to be May 24th and 25th, headlined by Greg Hackney.
Ooh.
Is going to be back speaking with us and amongst the host of other, super champions at Bash U.
Yeah.
And man, come to the Classic. Bash U is going to be at the Classic in 21. We're going to be down in Dallas. So stop by and visit us. We're all going to be there having fun, talking to all the people at the Classic like we do every year. So that's what's hot. It's a busy couple months here at Bash U.
That's awesome. Well, I'll toast to that. Bash U back at the Bassmaster Classic. I want to say cheers, everybody. By the way, cheers, guys.
I want to say cheers to me.
I want to say cheers to Brian Carter as well.
Cheers to Corey.
Everybody,
Cheers, boys.
what I like right now is I'm looking around the room, and I see Moon Rambler, I see Solid Gold, I see All Day IPA. We got a great representation of Founders Beer tonight. So if you're watching tonight, go grab a beer real quick as you listen. I want to start with what you just said, Pete, real quick. It's a great segue, which is Greg Hackney, Jason Christie coming off a big win. Both these guys, if you look last year, Brandon Polnick and Gerald Swindle. This year, Greg Hackney and Jason Christie defecting from MLF, coming over to Bass and kicking ass. What is up with that, Pete? You want to give me commentary on this?
Yeah. Well, it's funny. I interviewed Jason Christie in the Winner's Circle interview, and he is happy to be back. I mean, feels great. He's at home. He wants to be back in front of the big crowds and fishing for 5 big ones. He just feels at home. But what he said, which was interesting to me, qualifying again for the elites is something that he never wants to go do again.
Yeah.
Ooh,
a lot of pressure.
Tons of pressure. To, giant fields like Riz and I had down in Chesapeake. Like you can't find a place to fish. It's so much more complicated than just pattern fishing. It's like you have to contend with that fishing pressure. Everybody's seeing that all over the country right now. So, but yeah, he's happy to be back and comfortable in his qualification and kicking ass. Greg, is doing great. Those guys come back. I just, like some of the guys adjusted well to the MLF format, and they've really, rose to the top. Other guys, it just didn't. Here's the deal, Mike. You train your whole life to catch 5 big fish, and now you've got to retrain yourself to do something you've been avoiding.
Right.
Like, you get around 2-pounders and, you're like, okay, well, I'm not going to fish for those, know? I got to keep looking. I haven't found the winners.
Yeah.
So, guys couldn't adjust as easily to that. And they've been training their whole lives. So I certainly Greg and Jason are in that crew, man. They're excellent at being stubborn and catching those big ones, know?
It's interesting. I saw, I think it was an Express commercial, the boat commercial from Jason Christie. And I saw it from day one, the first event, they started playing it live. and he made this like bold statement, like, you know, I'm back. I got some unfinished business.
Unfinished business.
I remember watching that commercial. I'm like, damn. I'm like, man, that's you know, when you say something like that, like it's tough to then actually go and do it. And then he goes and wins. I'm like, that motherfucker was right. I'm like, he predicted it.
Yeah.
I want to hear from you guys, though. Give me your honest opinion, because you work with guys from both leagues, for sure, right? You've got guys at MLF.
Yeah.
You've got guys at FLW Pro Circuit. You've got guys in Bass. Do you see more value in one over the other, or is it pretty standard across the board?
It's hard to say value on one side there. I think it definitely appeals to different markets more. I think the MLF they're trying to get more to a broader, less audience and people that don't fish and appeal to those guys. And there's more bass heads that still watch MLF. But I think with bass, most guys are just on that big five. That's what they know. That's what they want to do, and that's what they watch. I mean, in our office, it's split. Some guys are all about the bass. Some guys are all about the MLF side of stuff. So it's kind of 50-50.
Right. Yeah. I was wondering about that. You know, like with Jason Christie winning, right? He just won on covert spinnerbait, right? I'm wondering if you could track that. Like he wins on that spinnerbait. What are the sales at TW like over the course of the next, say, 4 weeks, right? Versus Alton Jones just winning on a wacky rig and a tube. Like, I wonder if you could track that, and if there's, evidence of one circuit having more buying power over the other.
I'm sure we could track it. We would see it in the past, like back in the day when I was watching sales more and more at every event. We check that kind of stuff. The buying department kind of watches more of that stuff now, so that they're definitely they would probably know exactly which one has a little more pull. And a lot of it too is also like that covert spinnerbait's a really somewhat unique, different kind of bait. Yeah. And I mean the stick bait's a stick bait, and everyone's seen one before. So I mean that's not going to have as much sales, but that'd be a good way to kind of get a good judge though, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. The other thing I thought was interesting, Pete, Alton's win he just had over on Major League Fishing. I noticed in the write-up, it threw me off, because when I started reading the baits he used, he was like, I used a generic tube, and I used a Zoom trick worm, and I used a VMC Ike-approved hook. And I was reading that, and I thought somebody was pranking me at first. It was like Ike approved and Alton in the same sentence. That seems kind of awkward and weird. Is the world ending?
Yes.
But then I went on to read. It was like he's like a free agent this year or something, and he was saying, he like literally in the article went on to say, man, I'm using what I want to use this year. I love it. I'm free. I'm free from the oppression of Pradco, which a lot of us have dealt with over the years. Pete Glusick, you too.
The oppression.
But I just say, I don't care. I got no friends over there. It doesn't matter. But it's interesting, because I feel like in today's time, you see more and more pros freestyling, right? Mm-hmm. We've seen it with electronics a lot, where all three units are being used. We're seeing it more with bait, motor, all that stuff. We're seeing it more and more now. Pete, did that have anything to do with his success in that last event, with him winning?
Wow, that's an interesting question. Now,
Pete, we want.
Here's the deal. The thing is, it's been happening over and over. Guys are using. It's always been that way, right? We got to use what we think is going to win that tournament.
Right.
And that's why there's so many prototypes out there.
Right.
Like I want it on a prototype flat side or whatever it is, because, that's how you try, because you want to support your sponsors because they support you. But you get caught in that spot, look at the guys in the electronics world that, went for forward facing sonar because, and they lost contracts from their existing sonar companies. You got it. There's so much pressure to win, to be successful and continue your career, that you got to do what's going to get you in the winner's circle. I think it's awesome that Alton as using an Ike approved hook, man. That's
I loved it, and I saw the picture,
cool.
and it was actually an Ike approved hook, and I'm like, damn, man, that's awesome.
Think
Go
he
out.
Did he like
crushed-
washed them in holy water before he put them?
He may
put them in his boat.
He may have. I
Had
know
him
the
blessed.
salinity in the holy water. That salinity level is attractive to the fish. So.
Which
Key
hook?
stuff.
Which hook was it?
It was the
specifically?
Ike approved weedless Nico hook.
Okay.
That's a good hook.
the 100% hook strike to catch hook.
It's that style of hook is pretty good, which, I mean, there's nothing new in the world that other companies were doing that style hook, but I think VMC, by adding those 2 fiber guards, that's right,
I'm pretty sure when we did either the BU Live or the Ike Live a while ago, we were talking about Wacky Rig, and that was our #1 selling Wacky Rig hook was that hook.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy. A little tiny finesse hook, a big seller. That's awesome. I love that.
Thing gets
the
bites.
express
I should've
boat.
thrown it yesterday.
It does get bites.
How many pairs of shoes has Becky got off of the sales from that hook?
I'm pretty sure
Corey,
a
do you
lot,
have that
a
information?
handful. Yeah, I'm pretty sure a handful of Gucci shoes.
You mentioned express boats, Mike, and they're winning everything. Bill Lowen just won.
Yeah.
Christie just won again.
Yeah,
They've won so much. The aluminum boat is making a huge surge right now out on tour.
I'll applaud to that.
Yeah,
real quick.
for real.
I'll applaud to that. That's back to the roots for me.
Mike, could you ever see yourself running an aluminum boat?
Oh hell yeah! I mean, I
think
love
about that a lot.
Yeah,
like,
I love my Bass Cat. I love my full size boat, but in skinny water, shallow water,
yeah, we can tear some shit up.
dude. I love metal. I love tin. I love my tiny boat.
Right.
But
Tin Cup.
Tin Cup. I love
Yeah,
Tin
shout
Cup.
out.
But I think out of those wins, I think Lowen could have
Frosted
got to
boats.
his fish in a full size boat,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Christie, I think the tin boat was actually part of the winning strategy, right? I really do.
Agree.
Lighter boat, he was able to manage his gas. He was able to float the boat, especially those first 2 days before the water came up. He could put that in his credits as being a part of the win, which I think is pretty interesting,
Yeah, it really was. He said that it gave him an air of confidence to get to run sandbars.
Yeah.
Or to run over logs and places where his bigger boat he just didn't feel near as comfortable.
Yeah.
And he felt just like you said, back to his roots. Like that's how he started fishing.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. But everything
It's cool-
comes
cool to
around,
see.
Pete. I wanna interview these guys after the Thousand Islands event this year and see how they feel about those little tin boats. You know what I'm saying? That run the Chameau will be pretty nice.
Hey,
That
John Cox has got his crest liner, and he's got that big water crest liner that is like,
walleye
man,
boat.
you could move your whole family into that boat. It's
Swiss
huge.
Family Robinson.
Yeah.
Get ski off the back.
Swiss Family Cox.
we were
That's worth a
we were
shot.
ta-
Started going.
we were talking about the Lake Oneida. He was fishing, and we had the wind blow up. You know how stacked those waves get on Oneida, Mike. And John had that big boat out there for the first. He was trying to stuff waves. He was out in the belly of the lake. Is the biggest wave you could
I
find.
can see him doing that.
Yeah, he was trying to stuff one and couldn't.
I can see him doing that, dude. John's awesome, right? You know John really good. He's been on. He's taught with us at BU forever, but dude, he's one of the things that makes him successful. And I'm telling you, this is what it is. He's carefree. He almost, I don't want to say he doesn't give a shit, but he's like just very, whatever, man. I'm just fishing, And dude, that brings him to a whole new level.
Smiling John Cox.
He's smiling. He doesn't feel that pressure. He doesn't have a million rods. He just does what he likes to do. He's got limited tackle and just goes and does it and tries it. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, and then at the end of the day, he doesn't care. I saw something. Who's the mountain climber that he had a documentary made about?
Oh yeah. It's the free solo.
Free
guy.
solo. Okay.
I can't remember the guy's name.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So there's this dude. He's one of the most famous mountain climbers in the world, right? And so they actually took him in and did MRIs on his brain. And they found the part of his brain that controls fear was not there. It was small. It wasn't developed, right? And so that leads him to be the world's best mountain climber. I wonder if some of these guys have some of that, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if a John Cox or, a Van Damme or whatever, like I wonder if they have these elements.
Small brains?
Well, I'm not saying small brains.
I
I'm saying
I think you did.
a lesser developed part of the brain that makes them great anglers. I wonder.
Well, there's got to be something to that, and
I mean that's what makes us up as people.
The optimism.
How our brains are developed in different areas.
I mean, I had an MRI years ago, and they said the part of my brain that controls anger was enlarged.
and engorged.
Engorged.
Yes.
And I think that's what made me a good fisherman. I'm not even a fisherman
or an
anymore.
Or an angry one.
Or an angry one. All right, I want to change topics. I want to get something good. Now, Daniel Correa, I'm going to put you guys on the spot a little bit. And Brian the Carpenter hates when I talk about the times and the corona and all this bullshit. But I got to talk about it because the reality of corona, I'm going to give you a couple straight up facts and then I want you guys to chime in, is there are more people fishing today than there have ever been in forever, for a long, long time. Pete, what is it? 4 million new license sales, Pete Glusick, is that true? 4 million, is that the correct number?
Yeah, I heard 10 million.
10 million, okay. All right, let's call it 10.
40.
Let's call it between 4 and 10. Let's call it 8. We'll call it 8 million new license sales. There are more people fishing than ever. And with the corona, not shutdowns, but, there's stuff in place where you can't get as much product. The warehouses can't run as quick. The production, half the production, facilities working. Dude, it's hard to get tackle right now. And I told you this story down in the shop the other day, and I'm going to say this publicly.
Uh-oh.
I can't get stuff from my sponsors, right? I'm on the pro staff. I won't even call out the sponsor. But I need baits, I need line, I need rods, I need this tackle, I need this equipment to do what I do, which is fish professionally. I can't get it. I'm hearing things like July or maybe by August. Dude, this is crazy. Yeah. And you guys have experienced this too. Talk a little bit about that, because I know people are watching and they're in the same boat as I am.
Yeah, it's been the perfect, horrible storm with all this stuff because, the corona stuff started going, and then everyone started to fish, and then we had the effects of the supply stuff. And then that's when it first starts, normally our slower time of year. So we're gearing up for the spring, hiring more people, getting that kind of stuff going. But we couldn't hire. We couldn't bring new bodies in. We were just trying to keep up. And because of, the rules they had in place of what we can and can't do, we had less people staffed and everything. So it was just this horrible, everything that could go wrong with, less supply, less workers, and more and huge demand. The demand was through the roof, and that's normally we're slowing down. Instead, we're going crazy. We had our best, a few months there, and our normally slowest time of year, which is it's just insane. And then like I said, the supply stuff, and then we even heard some stuff like when the boats couldn't get in the harbor, the supplies that were there couldn't get in because they're all backed up because they couldn't have trucks to get them unloaded. Right. And so it was just everything that could go wrong would go wrong. It was just, we were so backed up, and I know there's a lot of guys frustrated out there, and we apologize. We're doing the best we can, but it's just we can only do so much.
And here's the thing: it's not Tackle Warehouse's fault, right? Like you guys want the product more than anybody.
Yeah, we want to sell it to you.
Yeah, you want to get it in to sell these guys, but it's like fees. You can't get it. Yeah, it's not there. Is it the same, Daniel? You do a lot with tennis. Is it the same in that? In that world as well?
Stuff's made all over the world, and at every point where it changes hands, that process is delayed. Yeah. Or, not as efficient as it could have been if, everything was normal. So, yeah, I see it in the tennis stuff, the running stuff. It's affected all the different businesses, and we're trying to do our best. So, like Corey said, we appreciate the patience. And when you can't even get stuff, it's like,
I can't
come on
get it. And let me reassure everybody, TW doesn't have a special allotment set aside for their pro staff or something like that. Like, we're all in the same boat. So it's
even playing field.
Even playing field. It is.
How
Brian
many-
Carpenter, what do you got?
I just want to thank our message board. We got some important feedback. Core, try to keep the microphone. What was it? Try to keep your microphones a little bit closer.
Yeah,
All right, closer. All right.
Riz's Chesapeake Bay, spelled B-A-E, actually says the guy from The Hangover sound should be a little higher.
Well, I've had a few too many of these. I'm got a little burping a little bit, so I'm trying to cover up the burps.
No, don't hide the burps.
Don't
we
hide
like
the burps.
burps.
Let 'em out.
here. Farts,
Yeah,
burps.
so
And I'm a bit of a mouth breather too.
Yeah,
so
that's
I'm
okay.
Darth Vader effects.
That's all right. We like
Sorry,
it.
I got the
You
controls,
do have
man.
Stormtrooper
controls.
next to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well in.
Yeah. Oh, there he is. Hey,
Not bad.
Dave.
Yeah. If everybody's watching right now, they're wondering what the hell. We just decided, years and years and years. Brian's going on 7 years of Ike Live.
Yeah.
Everyone over the years assumed that Stormtrooper was our very own Dave Brodzik. And I know the body type and a lot of that over the years fit. Sometimes even the laugh came through. But Corey, Daniel, we're here tonight to unmask Stormtrooper for the very first
Should we
time.
wait? Right
Now,
now?
this is the time. And the real Stormtrooper, all these years, is actually a pig.
It's Becky's hog.
It's Becky's hog. It's Stormtrooper. There's Stormtrooper.
That's so
How you
big.
doing? Stormtrooper, would you like to say anything real quick while you're zoomed in with Brian?
Thank you. Thank you. I know you thought I was Dave. Jacob, I will not give you another test, but here's me, the pig. Thank you.
Wow. yeah, that is Dave. There's Dave. Cameo by Dave
Very well spoken by the pig.
with a patch on his chin. Smoking patch on his chin. Wow. That was amazing. Pete, well, who would have known all these years later?
I would have never guessed that.
I would have never guessed either. Riz?
You just never do know with the Stormtrooper. That guy's all over the place.
It's bizarre.
Our skits are amazing.
Always have.
That was the highlight of the night, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Well, we pride ourselves on a lot
all
of things.
downhill from here.
We've always said from day one we're the worst live podcast in all of fishing, and we will uphold to that tonight.
We got some good competition.
We do.
There's a lot of shit out there.
You want to name any of the?
The list is too long.
Okay.
We only have 3 hours.
Yeah, we only have 3 hours. So getting back to it, I mean, I want to know, and for my own sake, so I know there's a lot of people watching, and there's a sigh of relief right now for a lot of our viewers saying, thank God, they thought they were being pigeonholed. It's just me. It's everyone, right? And we're all dealing with this. Is there an end to this, and when will that end be?
It's hard to say. I mean, you look at this stuff, like I said, we get busier and busier, and another thing, the stimulus checks, when those come out, that puts like a week, just that one day alone puts like a week behind. It pushes us back. But
wow,
the end goal is, and we don't know the dates yet, but there is a Georgia warehouse we're working on, and that when that gets done, that's going to alleviate a lot of the pressure off our building, because we can only put out so many products. We only have so many people that we can put in that warehouse, and we're further away from all you guys out here. So the building itself is, we're hopefully going to start moving our stuff in, our shelving in. Probably next month, if not sooner.
Wow.
And so, but it's still take a long time for us to get all the product over there. We have to have mirrored inventory on both sides.
Right.
So once that gets over, that's really going to help get things going. But it's going to be a slow process. I mean, we can't just flip the switch and duplicate inventory at both locations. Once we get that going, that's definitely going to help. So, but I mean, with supply issues and everything else, it's hard to say. In a normal year, I could probably we'd have a pretty good idea of gauge what's going to happen. But with how things are going, and so much product basically backed up to June, July. I don't think will be up to, all pressure off until probably next year. I'm guessing the first year, by the time we get all the stuff, because now also ICAST stuff's going to be coming out. It's going to just increase the demand on all that stuff.
Right.
So.
Now I want to know something, Pete. Did you hear that we have a new tackle warehouse distribution facility in Georgia? Mm-hmm. Is this a known fact, or is this an announcement?
I think we revealed it last time we were on Ike Live.
You did?
I believe.
Okay.
Alpharetta.
All right.
Georgia. Yeah.
All right. So I want to know right now if we've got a lot of people watching and listening from that Georgia area, and their dream job would be to work for TW, anywhere in the warehouse, whatever. Is there a place they can go? Are you guys looking for?
Yeah, we're looking for guys right now. Warehouse customer service. I don't know if there's
Listen
no
to this.
hard the customer service, warehouse guys especially. Get on the website, go to the customer service section, and then down below there's an employment section, and it sends you right over to the spot to give an app and turn it in.
Yeah.
And like I said, right now you'd be working over at Tenant's warehouse, Reading warehouse, learning the process of how we do things over there.
Yeah.
But we're looking for tackle heads and tackle guys to get over there.
I might go.
There you go.
And don't
There you
forget,
have
hey,
it.
if you guys get
There
a
you
job,
go.
all employees at Tackle Warehouse get a discount at Tackle Warehouse. So that's
Whoa.
Yeah, I
Yes.
know some people who have worked at Tackle Warehouse just so they can get
Just with the discount.
just the discount. Yeah.
I got to tell you this, and Pete, I've said this story before on Like Live, but I had a period in my life when I worked at Dick's Sporting Goods in the retail arm of it in the lodge. Dude, I loved it. I loved it. Like, like people look at retail and they're like, it's, just a menial job and, this or whatever. Dude, I loved it. I loved dealing with the public. I loved, like, the baits. I loved touching and feeling the baits. And it was a great job. I mean, I can tell you, I would love to work at Tackle. In a different life, I would love to work at Tackle Warehouse. That'd be a dream job for me. Brian the Carpenter, would you agree?
Oh, hell yeah.
You have all the geek crack.
Like,
all the geek crack you need.
I already got crack. I feel it's kind of like a dirty move, though. It reminds me, I think it was Rockefeller that built the railroads. Who built the railroads? I think it was a railroad.
Rockefeller was mixed in there
I think it was
somewhere.
a railroad tycoon. But like the guys, he would build the cities, or the towns that they stayed in, and then the saloon. So they'd work all day, and then they'd come to his saloon at night and give him all his money back.
Right.
That's what these dirty guys are doing.
It is very dangerous.
A lot of your paycheck goes right
dude.
back. You say, I get this, I can buy more, and so you
The
buy
worst.
more.
It's dangerous. So I remember. So I told this story before, but I got to tell it again. And Brian knows the story. So I worked at Dick's, and when the shipments would come in, the products would come in. I would usually before the store opened, I would get to put that out on the end caps and on the aisles. And like I was so freaked out with Tackle, like I would pick stuff, like before I even put it out. And I wasn't supposed to do any of this, you know what I mean? But I had like a box in the back room. And the back room had the guns, the ammo, the reels. We had a lot of back stock back there. And I had my own little box of stuff. But I was so bad, dude, the rattle traps would come in. And I would open the rattle traps box by box and shake them and look for them ones that were high-pitched rattles. I am not shitting you, dude. I mean hardcore. But dude, think how many thousands of people out there that are like that, So
I don't know.
That's why, honestly, the bass
No,
heads.
there are.
The bass heads almost make the worst employees because
Yes.
because I do myself. I was like, if you're a receiver, you're looking at I want that. You're looking at it, you want to admire it, and people don't care. They're just picking it. It's just some stupid bait to them,
Yeah.
And so they're just going through there and doing their job. The bass guys they stop, they talk about bait, they look at. And it is fun to go to that warehouse though and just see all that stuff and just geek out and just you get sucked in. Like
Dude,
I go to pick one thing and I'm like, ooh, what's this? This is new because we get so much new stuff. I don't know what it's in.
Yeah.
We all get the same experience by walking through Ike's garage.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm a talent junkie. Here's the thing, though. I want to give a shout out, and I don't have specific names, but I order a lot of Tackle Warehouse orders. I'll admit it. I'm a tackle addict.
Corey,
would say,
can you confirm?
Corey,
I can confirm. Yes, he's a #1 Ike Live spender. Remember we confirmed that last year.
Yeah,
too.
I would say this: on a normal year, I get between 15 and 50 TW orders throughout the year, and in about half of those orders, when I open the box, right, it's great because I open this box and you break the seal, and there's always this brown paper, and then you get over the paper, and then there's your order. In about half of the orders, I have personal notes written to me from the Tackle Warehouse guys from the warehouse
That's awesome.
that are fans and just saying hey, and it's fucking awesome. I love it. So I want shout out to those guys that send me the
shout out
notes.
to the
I
warehouse.
appreciate that, guys.
Yeah, big shout out to all the warehouse customers, the whole team there. I mean, like I said, everyone's busy and they're going through a lot, and there is a lot of hate getting thrown out there towards the guys. They take a lot of pressure, especially the customer service department.
Yeah.
So big shout out to those guys for getting through all
Big
this
time.
and dealing with it all.
And believe it or not, like on Mondays I come in and we have mountains. I mean, we're still sending out a lot of stuff. It's not like we're
Oh
you
yeah.
know, and like on the Monday morning, I'm like, dang, these guys killed it this weekend because it's just like stacked up, ready to get on
Ready
that
to go
UPS
on
box.
Monday.
It's a
Yeah.
sight to see.
It's awesome.
A lot of boxes.
Yeah.
But
That's
Mike,
awesome.
Wild Bill said a box is quite an understatement for your tackle in the back of Dick's Sporting Goods. He said it was more like a 50-gallon tote.
That's right. That's right. It was a toad. Yeah. So Wild Bill, good friend of the show, good friend of all of ours. I worked with Wild Bill back in the day. We were both back there in the lodge, and the two things that we did, and I can freely talk about it now because they can't come back to me. There's like no retribution. Yeah, statute of limitations on this.
Allegedly.
Yeah, we both hoarded tackle. Bill, you're right. My supply was bigger. But the other thing we did is we pitched and flipped like nobody's business.
Absolutely.
That's awesome.
And the way we got away with it was the store manager and the assistant manager would let us get away with this because we sold more combos than you could imagine by flipping and pitching.
You guys would
know?
do it out
Oh,
front?
yeah.
Like
We would
in
do
the
it
store?
down the aisles.
Oh, that's cool.
So at the time, Dick's, a store 183 in Mount Laurel, the lodge was in the back left-hand corner, and it was almost separated from the rest of the store. So we would take combos that came in, or we'd make our own combo, and we would spool it up. We'd put a half-ounce jig on, cut the hook, and we would just go down the aisles. We would go down the aisles. We'd set stuff up. We'd pitch. And I cannot tell you how many times people came in and are like, holy, do that again. You know, and you'd slide it under there, and they'd be like, where's that combo? I want that. You know? And we sold a lot that way. So, Bill, shout out to you for engaging in some legal activity there at Dick's with me over the years.
That's awesome. That
Appreciate
Dick's
that.
Sporting Goods still there.
It is
Mount
still
Laurel.
there.
It's the same location. That's always been a good Dick's Sporting Goods.
It's been a good Dick's.
To go and actually like find the stuff you want. So shout out to them.
Shout out to that store. I want to switch gears, and Pete, I want you to chime in on this because a lot of parallels between Bash U and what Tackle Warehouse does with content. Dude, one of the things you guys have done right from day one. And so how many years now have we been doing the videos
The
together?
vlogs?
Forever.
Oh, wow.
Forever. I feel like it's been forever, but a long time.
I started in 2009.
Yeah.
March in 2009, and I think we had already been shooting vlogs on the water for about a year, maybe.
Yeah, a year or two we'd started.
So
doing a
like
couple,
14 years.
It's crazy.
Yeah, like
it's crazy. So like I remember in the beginning, like I didn't even like know what they were. I'm like, you guys want to do what? You know, like yeah, we're doing some vlogs. Like vlogs, I almost had to like look it up. You know, like what is that? You know, video log. Okay, but you guys do an amazing job of showing stuff, right? Of the content, of actually showing people catching fish, showing the bait in the water. Dude, how important is that? Pete, let me throw it to you before we get to these guys. Content, how important is that? People seeing stuff in action. With our Bash U subscribers, I know it's important.
It's a big deal. I mean, guys coming into the sport that are trying to learn, to have to go search the bait or the tool or the color or the size of the rod, it's complicated. So that you can make that simple for them. And that's what we try to do at Bash U is, we have wish lists where you can go right in there and grab that exact model. If that's something that you connect with, something we taught you, and that fits what you want to learn, you want to try, you can go right there, load your cart and get what you're after, and no guesswork.
Yeah.
And know how to use it.
Right.
And have seen the video, right? So you're not going in blind.
Right.
Corey, are you able to see the instant results when you guys when you guys have a Lintner video that drops or a Justin Lucas video that drops? Or an Ike video. Yeah. Maybe not me, but the rest of the guys. When that video drops, you guys see results.
Yeah, it's almost right, especially on the baits and stuff like that. You'll see it on the rods and reels online, but especially on the baits, and we it's hard now with the corona going. We try to get newer baits and feature them on the show.
Yeah.
On the vlogs, but it's hard to time all that. But yeah, you definitely see when those new baits hit, we see increase in sales. So, like luckily now we're filming this stuff, and it might not go for 3-4 months. So we have to make sure the buyers know to stock up on it because that way we
Right.
have it stock once it's available. Because
Right.
but it happens. Like, often not we'll film with something and unfortunately we can't get it.
Yeah.
And it sucks to feature something that we don't have in stock, but sometimes it just happens. But it is. But yeah, it's definitely instant results, and you see it pretty quick, and it's neat to see. And that's why we do it because we're all fish heads ourselves, and we want to learn from you guys how to catch more fish and how you guys do it. And it's neat to get in there, and kind of pick your brain on that kind of stuff. I mean, the first vlogs weren't anything about on the water. The first vlogs were basically what's new at TW. It was just me sitting up there. Here's the new stuff.
Yeah.
And then that kind of transitioned into what we do now with on the water stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. It's pretty awesome. Daniel, over the years, I look at what you guys did, and all these years later now, 12, whatever you said it was, 14 years later, I see a lot of other retailers, companies, even, like Instagram celebrities reenacting what you guys created. Does that piss you off, or is it flattering?
No, I mean, we've been doing it so long. So like you were talking about how, you'd interact with the people at the store and stuff, and that communication we don't have as an online retailer. So originally it was one of those things that we did to kind of bridge that gap.
Right.
And so, and we were always trying to progress too. So like with, whether it be camera gear or, fine tuning the information and reminding ourselves to dumb it down for the people that are new to fishing. So it's evolved a lot, but no, not at all. I'm not like offended, or I don't get upset. Like if people, we kind of have ours are more like we're focused on the education part, and we try and make it look nice too, but it's more of an informational thing than it is like straight entertainment. Or so we try and balance like the cool factor with the good information and make it entertaining and fun to watch. But yeah, no, personally I've whether it be people like the young kids like coming up making their own videos, like I think it's all good, and if it gets you the viewer stoked on fishing and it's entertaining, like it's cool. So
there you have it. All you young kids and other tackle retailers out there that are worried about getting sued, don't worry anymore. Daniel's cool with it. So you're off the hook. You're good.
Yeah. So
how often do you guys go on the road and do this stuff? Or it seems like it's a big part of your job these days.
This is the first trip that we've been able to do.
I know.
So I've been like stuck in a studio like this with lights in like a dark room.
I miss you guys, man.
Yeah, it's so nice to be out here hanging out with you guys again, and I'm looking forward to the next few days. We're gonna
it's gonna
do
be
some
fun.
East Coast stuff.
The last two trips we've canceled. For the last two Ike trips we had to cancel because of all this mess going on.
Yeah. Do you want to tell the story? So
You're
listen
here
to
at a
this.
pretty good time this year.
The last two Ike trips had to get canceled, but you had some credits built up with the airline mileage, and you got to pay for all of it.
Yeah, that last two trips canceled paid for this trip. The Menendez trip we just got done doing to get out here before this week, and part of the next Florida trip. So it all kind of we got more out of it because of the prices are a little cheaper. So it kind of worked for us.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is
Look at
awesome.
that. Pays to cancel sometimes. Daniel, this is another question just for you. You work with the tennis world, tennis industry, tennis pros, and the fishing pros, and it's interesting because they seem like they're a million miles apart, but a lot of the stuff's the same, right? There's a lot of same elements. Who is a bigger pain in the ass to work with, the tennis pros or the bass pros? I need to know. There's no tennis guys watching.
I don't want to complain too much about either because, I really don't have any problems with the people that I work with.
You have to pick one.
You have to be a little bit more careful with what you say around the tennis people.
Right.
Like
there you go.
The outtakes from the tennis group are way different from the outtakes of
wow.
We're more PC is what he's saying.
Yeah.
All right.
You got to be careful with who you send the links to
Right.
with the Tackle Warehouse outtakes.
All right. Could you give me an example? Give me an example.
I can send an outtake file to
Yeah.
Riz and he could play it.
Please.
Maybe like the Alex Davis, Jared Littner one, or
There's some Ike ones. I don't know if we can
there's
put
some Ike
on.
ones
I
too.
don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, in my mind, Brian DeCarpenter, in my mind, I'm imagining a tennis outtake, you know? Would it be like a dude with a British accent, you know what I mean? And
Smashing a racket.
He's like, I can't the grip on this, I can't get it correct. Like, that's what I imagine the outtakes. The outtakes.
Bloody racket.
It's bloody racket, I can't get it right. But on the fishing outtakes, it's like, oh, fuck. Fuck. Totally different.
I was about to say we have one called like Ike F Bomb 2019. It was from when Mike and him came out here, and it was just like 30 seconds of just F bomb. Beep 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 beep.
So one thing I learned early shooting with you is there's two audio channels that go into for your wireless mic that you wear.
Yeah.
One is set on like one channel is set very low, and then one's like normal. So when you go Ike, the first channel is perfect. It doesn't top out on that. So if you guys ever shoot with him, stagger your audio.
I don't know nothing about stagger your audio, but he blows people's earbuds out.
You just gave up some juice right there, Daniel.
Wow.
It's a little I got a few of those, but
Yeah.
I don't have the chance to edit this. This is just going out there.
Yeah.
That's
stagger your
unbelievable.
audio.
Dude, so you know how like we always highlight the big moments on each show? Riz, put a note by this right here. This is the biggest highlight right here. Daniel just gave a big tip away right now.
So Pete likes tennis.
Yeah, Pete does
and
like
Pete
tennis.
likes fishing.
Pete likes fishing. You're right.
That's right.
There's a little
I buy from Tennis Warehouse as well.
Oh, nice.
By
Shout
what?
out to tennis.
Wait,
Yeah.
by what? Pants to sit on the couch and watch tennis on?
Believe it or not, the shoe I buy shoes
Oh.
because they're the best to fish out of. Tennis shoes
Yeah,
are
good
amazing.
support.
They give you that good lateral and forward, back and forth support. It's just a great shoe to fish out of.
Okay.
Much better than a flip flop. I mean, when you're trying to pressure a fish, run around the boat, or that's the shoe.
What are you wearing right now?
I got it.
Calm down.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by
Adidas is what I'm wearing. I don't know the model number right now. Because I'm zooming in, I'm actually I have
Make it from the waist down.
I have slippers on.
that? Pete's got the Heshy slippers.
You know, shoes and fishing. Not to give another warehouse plug, we also have Running Warehouse, and Lintner and a bunch of the guys that he goes with are all about the hookah shoes. Hoka, sorry. And those things look good. They got us. I haven't worn them. Daniel's got a pair, but they're super thick, real comfortable, and they're all about those things. And they love fishing in them.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's a big deal. I mean, you don't talk about it, the movement, the wave action, the mobility, that you can be so much better with the right shoes versus the wrong footwear.
I have to disagree with Pete. I'm barefoot kind of guy, but yeah, it's okay.
Barefoot's not bad though. Minus the hooks that are
It is bad because the other day when we were filming with Mark, Mark lands a fish like right by the console, and in the top corner of the frame are Corey's toes sticking out, like greased up with sunscreen and stuff. I'm like, you just ruined my shot. Come on now.
You could.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and edit that out. But.
Say, speaking of getting hooked up, I got to give a shout out to Dean Rojas for manning up at the last Major League Fishing. Did you guys see that where he got double hooked?
Oh, I heard about it.
Oh God.
Yeah, it was in like the crotch of his finger.
No, not
here.
there.
Where was it?
Anywhere.
Yeah,
but there.
it was like one
webbing.
went in and just the tip was pierced his skin, and the other one went in where it didn't pierce, and they cut it, and you watched them push the point through. They were using a pair of nail clippers to grab the tip so that they could pull it out, because just that little tip. So they pull it enough to where they could get some pliers on it, and then they got the pliers and they pulled it through, and then they used the line on the other hook where they could just pop it out, you know.
God.
And they filmed it, they captured it,
Oh.
and Dean just manned up and just, you know, it was like a 5-10 minute process, man. It was
Didn't
pretty,
Boyd hook his
pretty
hands
crazy.
trying to help Dean too?
Did what?
Boyd was unloading Dean's boat or something. They're helping out with his truck, and he went to grab a bunch of hooks, and he somehow hooked himself. Like helping Dean get unhooked somehow. That was something I saw in there, yeah.
Boyd and Dean were hooked together. Hooked up.
Red shoes.
Yeah.
They were hooked together.
Well,
it was unison.
That was spectacular.
Pete, who's your favorite tennis player?
McEnroe.
You know, Nadal is just, you know, he's just unbelievable right now. You know, all time, John McEnroe.
John McEnroe.
Yeah.
I like John McEnroe from Happy Gilmore. What movie was he in with Adam Sandler? What was that one? Mr. Deeds.
That's Pete.
Yeah, I think that was
John
Mr.
McEnroe.
Deeds.
Oh, yeah.
John McEnroe. I like
McEnroe.
John McEnroe because he's mad and angry.
Yes.
Well, he's also the
Iaconelli.
best commentator in sports, in my opinion. He calls all the tennis matches, all the big ones.
He's a
And
coach
all the
now
Grand
too,
Slams.
or he was.
Yeah, he's dabbled in coaching a little bit.
Better than
Maybe
Martin
we
lot-
should have John McEnroe on the show so you guys
I'd
can
love
talk about
to.
your anger in,
I'd
your
love
events.
I'd love to have him on. That'd be great.
He is cool on as a commentator, man. You never see that hostility came out on the court, you know. He's got a really good insight. But
Interesting. I want to remind everybody, if you're watching tonight, we've got the Tackle Warehouse guys, Corey and Daniel, our friends in the studio tonight.
Yay.
If you've got a question for these guys, if you've got a comment, you've got anything, you just want to say something, please hit us up on the IM. If you're watching over on the social feeds at Ike Live Show, hit us up there too, and we'll get through to them. Riz, what do we got?
Yeah, so we do have one, and I'm actually curious to the same question as well. And the question is, hey, TW guys, do y'all actually have a storefront as well, or are you just a warehouse?
No, totally have a storefront. We've got a retail location in San Luis Obispo. It's not a very large storefront because we're a warehouse. And if you want, I mean, people are like, why don't you have it all on display? If we wanted to have it all on display, we'd have to have double the warehouse space just to retail it on there. We do have a small pickup location there. Right now, if you're in California going through there, it is just retail pickup right now because of the cough and everything going on and whatnot. But in Georgia, there will also be a retail location there. So you guys in that area, obviously it's more centrally located, a lot more bass heads, so we will have them going on there.
Huh.
I'm guessing that won't open right away. It's probably going to focus getting the warehouse up and running because it's going to be a process. Like it's not just it's a new warehouse, new location, kind of figuring out the kinks. But you know, sometime in 2022, you can go to Tackle Warehouse, Georgia, and pick stuff up there too.
There you have it.
And we have like the way we had it set up in California too. I'm sure it'll be the same. Is they have, you know, like some local stuff stocked in there, stuff that people would probably come in and buy and use around the lakes in the area. And then they also have a few computers that you can go on. You can go in the store, get on there, and have the guys run back there and pull product if you guys did want to check it out. So it's pretty cool setup.
Still get free shipping?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you'll pick it up. But most guys come in and yeah, sucker. A lot of guys come in just to get a few things, and they don't. And they I don't know if they intentionally or just because they're fish heads. They come in and they go, "Oh, I want to check that. I want to check." They never come in and just pick up their order. They always come in and they walk around and see something else. The next thing you know, they've doubled what they're picking up.
They spent the rent.
Yeah, they get a free shopping bag.
I
with the
know
order.
that. I know that feeling. I do that a lot. I tell you, I mean, online ordering, the system, the way that we fish and the way that, you know, we need something. Like I can't, you know, tell you how many times I've been out in the boat. Pete, you're the same way. You're on the boat, something starts working, right? You've got one pack of them. I like instantly do it myself, or I call Beck. I'm like, Beck, you know, I need this and that. I mean, that's the way people are ordering. That's the way life is moving toward that system.
Yeah.
Retail is struggling. Jared Lintner.
I'm gonna try and get him on later.
Is calling right now. Yes, let him know. We want him on in the third segment. Retail, Pete, especially in today's age, with Corona, with the way life is changing, retail segment is hurting a little bit, right? Outlets like Walmart, Cabela's, Bass Pro have felt the pinch, right, recently. They've hurt, right? We've seen, you know, missed payments and all this stuff. I won't get into it, but Corey, if you had a piece of advice, if Johnny Morris is watching right now, which is a good possibility he is, Johnny Morris at Bass Pro Shops, if you had a piece of advice for Johnny Morris right now to help with his woes of retail shopping right now, what would it be?
I think just keep focused on the retail stuff and build more stores. Probably the best thing.
There you go. There you go, Johnny. Keep focused. Build more stores. Spend more money.
I think that's disinformation.
I think it's good advice, but I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
False news. What is that? What is that, Corey? You're selling.
He might be watching. You never know.
I was wondering, Mike, when you were real active. Well, you love your tackle warehouse orders, and you were real active in the Suez Canal situation.
Yes.
Was that because there was like jackhammers on that ship, or stuck in the clog, or?
There was a lot of stuff on that ship. We had to free it. For those of you watching it, saw the post. We got it free.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, here's the rest of the story, and I didn't want to highlight this because I felt bad about it. But I'm just going to out him, Corey. I'm going to go ahead and out him. We freed that ship. That ship got out of there. It was headed west. Headed over to the West Coast. Unfortunately, it went through a big storm. This is a true story. It went through a big storm. Corey, do you want to let the beans out of the bag? You want me to do it?
Go for it.
The beans?
Okay. Spill the beans. Here it goes. That exact ship lost a percentage. I want to call it 15% of the cargo on that ship actually fell off. This isn't a joke.
Yeah.
So, dude, the containers, if you've ever seen them, Delaware, Pete, you've seen them.
Yeah.
These containers are giant. Well, it lost 15% of the containers went over, and they were not recovered. And unfortunately, a lot of the containers contained Daiwa equipment, Team Daiwa, Tatula, and all that stuff. So somebody like in Somalia or somebody, a container washed up.
Dude,
they pried it open with a can opener, and it's all Daiwa, Tatula.
They're going to be catching their tails in Somalia this year, man. They're going to be wearing them out.
True story.
Riz,
True story, by the way.
Guys, this is what we got. Mike, we got to go. We got our aqua views. We got to get out there. We got to find these containers.
Ooh.
Oh, you're talking about the ones that sunk to the bottom. Yeah. That might be too deep.
So where? How did that happen?
I don't know how.
I guess it happens all the time with those cargo ships in the storms.
Whoops.
Something happens and the containers go over.
Yeah.
Well, that one was like stuck on a sandbar or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, but this is actually after it got off the sandbar and got out there. But here's the thing.
Okay.
Here's the thing. It's
Double
like
mess
for
up.
Daiwa, it's a double whammy, right? Because already they can't get enough product here,
Yeah.
right? And there's a demand for it. And then they go and lose 2 or 3 containers. You know what I mean? So keep your eye out on eBay, guys, in the next couple of weeks.
If you guys got some,
Matt in Wisconsin wants to know if the only reason you freed that ship is because it was loaded with all the Berkeley flatworms Max sent.
It was loaded with Max Scent. Yes, loaded with Max Scent. I had to get that Max Scent. Give me that Max Scent. Give me the Max Scent. I want the Max Scent. Give me the Max Scent. Max Scent. Wait a minute.
It looked
Right,
like Max
right.
to me. That was it.
To me, look like Max Scent to me. We're going to have Mark Menendez on in the second segment, and you guys just film with him. You guys work with Mark forever. Mark's a good dude.
Oh, yeah. Mark's a great teacher too.
Yeah.
He's like I learned so much just being there and filming it, and he breaks it down. He's easy to understand.
Yeah.
Easy to work with.
Yeah.
Like he's always like, we were just joking. We had filmed 3 days in a row, and we were gonna go fun fishing the next day with a guy that owns a little private pond there in Kentucky. And Corey was like, should we just cancel on this guy and go film again? And Mark was like, sure, let's do it. Like, he was just down. So.
He was. It was 3 long days, and we were all beat. But he was like, "I'll do it. Let's go."
Yeah.
So he's
a good.
We're happy to have him on the pro staff.
Yeah, he's a good educator. He really is. And Pete, we've said it before. He's worked for BU, and there's a lot of guys that are amazing fishermen and good dudes, but they have a hard time articulating what they're thinking and what they're doing. But Mark is he does it he's smooth.
Yeah,
He's
it's
smooth.
always easy to piece together the vlogs when we work with him because it's just a little bit more organized, and he's Not a lot of outtakes with Mark, really.
Yeah.
He nails it.
Yeah, he's pretty good. He's pretty
One
solid.
take.
Dan, send
He
them
got-
outtakes.
No F-bombs.
He
What's
got
that?
me my
Send
my
them.
first job. Helped get my first
Outtakes.
job with Gary White.
I'll see if I can find some.
Mark did?
Yeah, Mark did. You know,
Wow.
back when I was a rookie, my rookie season, and yeah, he helped me get some speaking engagements.
Wow.
In early years, and was a somewhat of a not somewhat, but mentored me with sponsorships and a lot of different things in the sport of, you know, trying to get up and running in the sport. He was great when I first started. Always appreciated him for that.
That's awesome. Well, if you're watching and listening, we got a treat for you. In the next segment, Mark Menendez is going to be joining us. We're going to catch up with Mark. We're going to talk a little bit about his experience with Corey and Daniel last week, and we're going to get into a little bit of his season at Bass. He's actually kicking ass this year, Pete. If you didn't know that, he's having a tremendous season. So looking forward to talking to Mark. Let me remind you, if you're watching over on Facebook, stop for a second. Please like and share the feed. If you do that, you're going to be entered in a contest to win the world-famous Ike Life gift bag. Rizzo is going to be picking a winner here in the third segment. Brian, you want to take a little break? You want to? We'll take a break. We're going to refill our beers. Pete, you want to refill your Captain? Hang in there with us. Listen, hang in there with us. When we come back, Mark Menendez and more Ike Live.
You know, right now where we're standing, we're in Camden, New Jersey.
Yeah.
Philadelphia is right there. This is the concrete jungle. And, you know, a lot of those kids, as they grow up, they don't fish. It's interesting because they're surrounded by water. You know, the Delaware River, the Schuylkill, ponds, city park lakes. But they don't have the influence to cast, to fish, to have a rod and reel. And that became our focus, you know, is to target kids in what we call non-traditional areas, you know, urban areas, city centers, where the population's high, and let these kids have an experience. You know, it's amazing. I mean, some of the experiences we've had, whether it's Central Park in New York City, here in Camden, other parts of the country, even just casting.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable to see it, isn't it?
Yes.
It's unbelievable.
Yes.
And you know, you see these kids have this experience they've never had, and they light up, you know? The big thing, I think, for the Ike Foundation is we're not saying we want all these kids to become professional anglers.
No.
Be great if some of them did, but we want them to have that fishing experience because it ties them to so many other positive things. The outdoors, nature, conservation. Ecology, you know, all these amazing things in life that maybe they wouldn't have been exposed to any other way. We're trying to help with that. So it's important. It's important for us.
Yeah.
We're proud of it.
You work hard to catch your fish. TH Marine has two products to ensure your fish survive. The Oxygenator injects 100% pure oxygen into your live well. That increases fish survival by 35%. For the perfect combo, add G-Juice Live Well treatment. It calms fish, stops bleeding, removes ammonia, and replaces slime coat. Get an Oxygenator and G-Juice and keep your fish alive.
At Founders Brewing, we asked ourselves, what if we brewed a beer perfect for any occasion? A beer that makes a weekday feel more like the weekend, and the weekend feel more like an adventure. What if we brewed a beer that brought us together and allowed us to be ourselves? A beer that is just as much of a companion as it is a reward at the end of the journey. What if we explored the unknown together and found a new way to celebrate taste and flavor and life's simple pleasures? And what if we brewed a beer that could go where you go without slowing you down? Founders All Day IPA, low ABV and full flavor that goes where you go. Perfect for any occasion.
We're excited to announce our brand new partnership with an amazing company, Heshi Socks. That's spelt Heshi Socks. Go to heshysocks.com to check out my brand new Mike Iaconelli collection. That's right, I have my own custom socks in tournament colors. I promise you, you will never, I mean never, find a more comfortable sock. The great news, all my socks are under $10 a pair when you use our promo code IKE20. Go to heshysocks.com, use the promo code IKE20 to get the most comfortable socks in the world.
Hey everybody, welcome back to a brand new edition of Ike Live. I'm so excited to have the Tackle Warehouse guys with us tonight. My friends, Corey and Daniel, hanging in the studio with us live tonight. Also, we got a very special surprise guest coming up just in a little bit when we figure out some of these some connection issues. Mark Menendez joining us, BASS Elite Pro, in just a couple minutes. Let me remind you, if you're watching tonight, we want to hear from you. Your feedback, super critical to the show. Please hit us up on the IM right there at the bottom of the screen. Rizzo will put them through. Also, if you're watching over on any of the social media feeds at Ike Live Show, Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter, we're going to put some of those questions through as well. Man, we talked a lot of stuff tonight, Pete, but we're going to switch gears a little bit and get to a guy that you traveled with a little bit. And it was interesting to hear, you say that Mark was important for you in the beginning of your career, because I could say the same for you, Pete. You were a real important part of my career early on and mentored me. But Mark had a little bit of the same role for you early on. Oh, I can't hear. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Pete. Try it again.
I was coming in green, there was nobody from around here that was, out there on tour, and you're trying to find information about, how things are done, and Mark was great, man. He just, real quick, he's just an easy guy to know, and he was helpful and willing to help, and I really appreciated that, because it was, it was scary. I'm traveling across the country. I couldn't believe it. I'm like 28, 29 years old, just packing everything I have into my truck, going out, figuring out how to go toe to toe with Rick Clunn and Roland, Kevin when he was the whiz kid, and it was nice to have a friendly face out there to help guide me and, give me some advice.
What was the tow vehicle, Pete?
I had a F-150 and no. Oh man, I didn't have that yet, man. I think back then it was a Dodge, and it was a manual transmission that I was towing a used Nitro that probably had 3 years on it. So I was completely those
little manual carts on the railroad tracks that got the
but just slightly better than that. Okay. How many clutches did I burn up launching boats? I don't know if you guys ever have launched a boat with a manual transmission, but it's a tricky proposition. But I did what I did, in order to get out there, you got to make sacrifices. And
I did what I did.
Yeah.
You got to sleep in your truck. You've got to, you got to make, you don't throw plastics away, man. You figure out how to repair them, and you get the most out of your line. You do what you got to do.
That's right.
But I wouldn't trade it for anything, man. That first year out on tour was a blast. I wound up, I got Rookie of the Year before they had the Rookie of the Year award.
What's that trophy look like, Pete?
It's air trophy.
It's me patting myself on the back. Good job, kid. You beat all the other rookies, But yeah, that was a thrill. I remember going to Minnesota, like Lake Minnetonka was our I think our first tour. And what was awesome about it was in the fall. And Mike, that's one thing I really loved about the early years when I competed out there is we had half the season took place on fall patterns.
Yeah.
All over the country. You know, we the August or summertime would be the classic, and then it would be like August, September or something. We'd kick off the first tournament of the next season.
Yeah.
Which was great, you know, fishing up in the north in the fall, or, you know, tough patterns on the reservoirs in the fall. A lot of that stuff is, well, we see it in the NPFL. We're going to see it this year.
Spread out. Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to be fishing the big tournaments in the fall.
Yeah.
Which will be really cool to watch. You know.
Yeah, I like that. I like that a circuit or a season goes through the gamut of pre-spawn, spawn, post-spawn, summer, you know, early fall. I like that. And I think it shows, you know, a true AOY, you know, points champion in any of the circuits. I think it shows a true points champion better than when they're all condensed into, you know, 4 to 6 months of fishing, you know?
I agree 100%. Now we know why they do it, right? Because the springtime is when everybody's got cabin fever. That's when everybody wants to watch fishing. Not as many people want to watch during college football season or, you know, football season and hunting and all the other stuff that takes place in the fall. But you know, I absolutely love it, man. I love fishing when the leaves are brown and changing, and you know, water temperature's cooling, the bait's all gathered up, and you're chasing that.
All right,
feed.
hold on.
I
like that. We got like a ghost.
It's reminding me of who was on the background with his dog?
Oh, was it Roland or Jimmy? No, it was Jimmy. Jimmy was the ghost in the back.
He stayed on the whole time just listening in. And then he's like,
wasn't that awesome? That was
awesome.
the best.
Yep.
That was one of those things where you couldn't believe it was happening.
Yes.
You know, you were almost like, is this really happening? You know, it's like too good to be true.
A quick important question for Pete. Just, you mentioned Rick Clunn. Back in those days, did he still have that Cadillac tow vehicle he had for a while?
No.
Did you ever see that?
No.
He had like a caddy tow vehicle.
Did he?
Yeah. I was watching
awesome.
one of his YouTube channels. He's throwing back.
Wow.
I'll try to find a
so
picture of it.
cool.
It's pretty cool.
I don't remember that, but I'll tell you an interesting thing. Team Toyota actually had a stint in the sport before the modern day Team Toyota. So I want to pin it at like, God, I want to say like the early 2000s. Toyota came in and actually sponsored. I think it was Clunn and Kevin were the two original Team Toyota anglers that were sponsored. But it didn't last. It was a short-lived deal. And then back in 2005, it popped up again. And
what was it, like the T100s or something? Or?
I don't know. It was one of the early Toyotas that I don't think was a great tow vehicle. You know, I think it was a smaller engine. And it was, you know, I don't remember the specifics behind it. But Clunn was an early Team Toyota guy.
That's interesting.
Crazy.
And I appreciate Corey thinking that I'm old enough to be around. You know.
Well, I was to say back in 1945, but I didn't want to throw you totally under the bus.
Original Woodstock, Pete.
Yep.
Original Woodstock.
We all towed with whatever we could, man. And it was weird how it changed, Mike. You know.
I did what I did.
Yeah. I bought a 72 Chevy flatbed. And I drove that. It was quite a chick magnet.
I heard some stories about that.
Yeah.
It would rival Byron's minivan.
Oh, Byron's minivan.
No, mine was absolutely opposite of that, but I didn't care because it could tow my aluminum boat, my Grumman.
But opposite of the type of vehicle or the women it drew?
The women, it repelled women. It absolutely repelled them.
No,
you know? Yeah.
I heard quite the opposite last night. Pete.
That was later. That was post Ford,
post flatbed.
I was telling Corey about the Atlanta days, Pete. You know.
Yeah.
You remember those days? Yeah. It was a great time in our life.
Those were fun. There was fun times, man.
They were great, weren't they?
Yeah, we would stop, like, with the tournament would be over, and we'd be like, you know what? Let's just hang out here for
Let's
a
just
while.
stop in Atlanta every time. Let's just.
What was the name of that street?
Buckhead Ridge. That was your spot, man. Pete, it was funny because you would how you'd get a shower, like you get ready. It was like the prep for that night out. It was coming, and you start to drink a couple beers or whatever, and you get a shower, and you're like, you're getting in the zone, and you're
put some tunes on.
Yeah, put some tunes on. You're doing your hair. And Pete, you'd always put Chingy on. Chingy would always be in the back, and I'd come out of the bathroom, and Pete would be combing his hair to Chingy. And
I didn't know what Chingy is.
Chingy, play a Chingy song. Can we get a Chingy song? Wait, we can't even get Mark on. How are we gonna get a Chingy song on?
We're really close to having Mark on.
Okay, we're really close. But you used to love that Chingy, Pete.
And you played 50 Cent for like a year.
50 and Chingy. Hand in hand, doing hair. Okay.
And then Pete would get Buck Wild on Buck Ridge.
Buck Wild on Buckhead Ridge.
It did what
that's
it did.
That's when I could get Mike out the door. It was like, it's like being around a woman, Like, first you got to do the hair, then the makeup, then be like 2 hours. Come on, man, let's go.
That was pre-Uber. Remember that shit, Pete? We would take cabs, actual cabs.
That's right.
Jesus, pre-Uber, Uber Cougar, Uber. Yeah.
Uber
Brian,
would have been awesome to have back then.
They had a banger Friday.
Did they really?
Oh my God!
Wow.
So I had a feeling earlier in the week they were going door to door, like 6 or 7 of them.
Flyers, papering.
Knocking up. Oh, we're gonna have some friends over. It's Friday, some barbecue and some music. And I'm like, and I'm looking. I'm like, who? Where? And he's like, oh, we're the Cougar. I'm like, I couldn't recognize them. They had their stupid masks on. So Thursday, I see the truck pull up to the house and back down the driveway with unload 4 or 5 or 6 porta potties.
Oh, God.
Like, ooh, this ain't going to be
It's getting
good.
real.
Old school. Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go.
There was hundreds and hundreds of them.
Damn.
Probably 300.
We got to hook that up.
Where is this at? What?
The Cougar Uber House.
Glassboro.
Ryan's next door neighbors.
Yeah, it's three doors down,
Yeah.
But I got home at 6, which was a good thing, because I think about 5, it really spiraled out of control. From 5 to 6, it was pretty wild.
Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
By the time I got there, the cops were there.
Nice. Very jealous. Very jealous. Want to go back in time. How are we doing with getting Mark on? I'm ready.
We're good.
We're good.
We got him.
We got him queued up.
He's sideways. I can see him there on the Zoom call. What's up, Mark?
Okay. I don't see anything yet, but I am so excited, and I want to tell everybody this is the first official time we've had Mark on for the full show. We actually had Mark on a abbreviated Ike Live that we did with Yamaha outboards recently, but now this is the first time we have him on the full show. So excited to have him here tonight. Bri, you tell me when you're ready.
We ready.
We're ready. Joining us now, BASS Elite Pro, the one and only Mark Menendez joins us here on Ike Live. Yes, Mark. Okay. I like that.
Oh, it's frozen.
Is it frozen? Nah, it's not frozen. It's moving. I see stuff.
Frozen peas. All right, Pete, talk like Mark.
You guys travel together. You should have the lingo down.
I know he's got that Kentucky accent.
It's hard to pin. Yeah.
Yeah, he does enunciates everything.
Yeah,
with like a southern twinge to it. I can't do it.
Right. You can't do it. Try it, Pete.
Man,
another successful night.
Yeah.
It's always it's very drawn out. Like the some of the words are very drawn out.
Yeah, I got to listen to it. I got to go on Bash U and listen to one of his seminars, and then I can take a stab at it.
I'm gonna freestyle here and try it. I'm
gonna
try it right here. J.O. It's just throwing the spinnerbait by the logs and the key.
What the heck?
I don't know. I'm freestyling here.
That's spot on.
Is it? They're like long enunciations of certain words, and then others are really short, but like
I got
See,
it.
there you go.
Right here, right here.
Hey, it's been a great week with the Tackle Warehouse guys. Been on Lake X, Y, and Z here in Western Kentucky. Stay tuned for a lot of vlogs coming up shortly. A couple, 3, 4, 5 weeks, we'll have a bunch of them. What we did. All right, Carl, get out of here.
That's awesome.
There you have it. That might be our Mark Menendez interview tonight.
Mark, thanks,
That's pretty
thanks
good.
thanks for joining us tonight. It was great to have you on, bud.
Couple, 3, 4, 5 weeks.
Yeah, I think we got like 6 vlogs shot. So
Wow, that's good.
Yeah, a little over
That's
a
a
month's
lot.
worth of content. Yeah, all really
freaking-
good fish, big
Yeah.
fish, and every vlog too.
Yeah.
Daniel, do you
Successful.
edit all the vlogs? Do you do that
The
all
vlogs,
yourself?
Yes. Yeah. So, yeah, we have a few other editors that work on like product videos and the what's news and stuff. But since I'm there and I have mental note of kind of what happened.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to decode Corey's notes.
Is it
So
chicken?
yeah, I usually do it.
What do you do on your notes? You do chicken scratch, or is it
That's
done?
that's what it used to be. Like, actually, the head video guy has a framed notes for my first iCast. I could read most of it, but it was just handwritten notes. But,
Wow.
and then it was pretty rough. But now it's pretty dialed. We got a whole little spreadsheet program dialed in, and we got little buttons we can
It's come
click.
a long way.
Yeah,
Wow.
it's
Okay.
we got dialed in. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I have high hopes, Pete. Let me tell you this. I have high hopes over the next 3 days to capture a lot of great content with you guys. I'm very excited. Here's the good news. The last couple years we fished together, we were always around very tough conditions. We were here late in the year. It was late fall transition, or it was wintertime
Bad
conditions. Bad weather.
Tackle Warehouse curse.
Yeah, the Tackle Warehouse curse. Pete, I don't want to jinx it. I'm looking at the weather. I see 60s. I see 70s. I see a cold front coming on Thursday, which should, you know what I mean? Like that pre-cold front deal. I'm very excited. And I can honestly tell you, I have no predetermined stuff that I want to do. Like, the great thing about what we're going to do the next 3 days, I'm launching. I haven't fished any of these places in forever. I'm dropping troll motor, and we're going to let it unfold. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that story element to it, where you're not forcing something. You know.
I think we could kind of tell that story that way. Maybe we'll kind of spin the vlogs and that kind of way. Hey, we're just going to go out and break it down and figure it out. you know?
Yeah. I don't know. Like, I'm guessing that some reaction bite fishing will happen. I'm guessing a little bit of finesse fishing mixed in, but who knows? You know. Pete, let me ask you: if you were fishing out on a stained river-like scenario tomorrow, what would you be doing?
Is it always stained, or is it freshly stained?
Pretty much always has a stain to it, and it's a river type of situation without a lot of current, minimal current.
Well, I think it's if it's around here, which it's got to be around here. The water temperature is going to be in the 50s, mid to upper 50s.
Yeah.
Maybe even higher. Anything goes.
Right.
You know, it's going to be pre-spawn and beginnings of spawn. So that's what I would be looking for. But you ought to be able to, do some damage with your power fishing right now. Until they make that turn to the spawn, which they depending on where you're at, but they may have made that turn, but probably not. So that's what I'd be looking for, is that pre-spawn, big, fat, feeding fish right now.
There you have it.
Well, we get done with you on Thursday. That front's coming in, and then we got some post-front conditions with Pete. Right?
Pete, I give you we give you the hardest
Post-front
day.
Post-front Pete.
Post-front
Post-front Pete.
Let's do it.
Now,
Post-front Pete.
Now, post-front Pete, do you have an idea where you and Corey and Daniel will fish on Friday? You have an idea?
Yeah, we're going to the Philadelphia Fish House, and then Yards Brewery.
Oh, that's a good place.
Catch a buzz.
Shout out to Yards. We love the guys.
Are you gonna wear a helmet?
Yeah, I probably need to. No, we're going to go do the Chesapeake is where we're going.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
I learned a lot with this big tournament. I hadn't been in a big tournament like that for a while, with all the boat pressure, and I recognized some of the errors that I made. I fished the BFL this weekend, and so we're going to go out and that's what we're going to do. But I'm actually excited about it because the fish have started to move and show themselves, and I think we're going to have a shot at some of the big ones. That's what I want to get these guys on. So I caught one 5 pound range during the BFL, and it's so common to see 5 and 6 pounders or better down there. So so long as Corey doesn't impede me with hooks or
I was waiting for that to come out.
Scalp. He got scalp.
I'm going to throw big old 12-inch glide baits this time. So you better just
Glide
bait.
Glide live.
I'll put you in some places to throw that thing. I've not thrown those big swimmers. We filmed with Oliver and I, and he taught us all about the side by sides and the glides, how he does it. I can't wait to throw that stuff down there, but I haven't done it yet.
Yeah, it works everywhere. People always like, oh, they don't catch them here. I've heard of guys in Florida, everywhere. Oh, it's too big. I'm like,
it works.
I mean, we go out all the time. We catch 2-pound fish, like on these 12-inch baits. They'll eat it.
That's crazy. Hey, by the way, speaking of hooks, I have the Dean Rojas hand hook thing. If you guys want to watch it,
Can we share that? How's that work?
Do you want to try it?
Yeah, I never got to see it.
Risby Sharon.
I was working.
Risby Sharon.
Let me see.
Share screen, Riz.
That's about how.
Oh, there it is. You gotta let me. You gotta enable sharing from your screen, Riz.
You're asking for technology here, Pete. We can't do technology here.
Hold on, let me turn your mic
My
on.
mic's not even on. I can share the screen, but
Told you we can't do technology here.
Well, we got a lot going on. It looks like Mark's connection, we tried is not strong enough.
Texas.
He's there, yeah. So
okay, is he's getting ready for an event, isn't he?
Yeah, he's down in Texas.
But we do have somebody else in the queue.
Okay.
And we have Pete, share screen Pete. So, Rich.
All right.
Whatever we want to do. We want to share screen.
Oh, let's look at this hook thing if we can, and then then we'll go to the queue.
Yeah.
Pete, do what you do.
All right, Pete, what do you got?
Oh, Pete, whoa, hey.
Wait, Pete, what's Pete looking at there?
Oh my goodness gracious.
Pete's not.
That made me nervous.
All right, and go.
And I can't share. I can't share.
All right. This is a terrible idea.
I'll come over and help with it.
All right.
I'm blocked. Blocked. It said host disabled participant screen sharing.
Okay.
Guys.
All right. We got you blocked out, Pete.
Yep.
All right. We have a. We have
Rich,
somebody?
How are we with this one?
With what, Lintner?
Yeah.
He's here. He's ready.
Okay.
He's ready to go.
All right. So, joining us on Ike Live.
Hey, Mike, make the announcement that Rich just said.
I'll just make the announcement, yes. Problems with Mark Menendez. He's in some remote location somewhere on Lake Fork. Very bad reception over there. I know. I remember being on that part of the lake. Terrible over there. We found a replacement. I don't even want to call him a replacement because he's better than a replacement. He's his own.
He's about to leave already.
He's his own guest. Look at him. He just gave me the finger. I see that. He's saying, "Fuck you."
Like, this is bullshit. I'm going on another podcast.
No, but here's the thing. We had Jared lined up for the third segment, so it's not like he's not actually a replacement. We're just bringing him in early. There it goes.
Hold
He's
on,
giving me the middle finger.
Mark Jeffries.
All right, if we
would be having these problems if this is Mark's show.
If we could get him to sit down and stop pacing, Jared Lintner, everybody, joining Ike Live.
What's up, Lithium?
What's up?
So here's the thing, Jared. We were having Mark Menendez on. We couldn't get him on. He's never been on the show. We got you on easy, no problems. And you've been on the show already like
What's
30
up, Carrie?
times.
Hey, Carrie.
Hi. How you guys doing?
Becky, not Corey.
What's that?
She was hoping to see Becky, not Corey.
We can arrange that.
Well, there's Becky's hog is right there. That's Becky's hog.
The real stormtrooper.
Yeah. It's actually Becky's hog. All right, the Litners, where are you guys at? Where are you at right now?
I'm at home right now. Just got back from Clear Lake yesterday and getting ready to go to an Apex deal. It's kind of like a hybrid of Major League Fishing. And then I go straight from there to Austin, Texas, to hopefully get my truck. I don't know if you guys heard about that. Leaving Rayburn, I was headed to the Delta, and I hit a deer, a big whitetail, going 75 miles an hour on Highway 275 or 175. And my truck is at a collision shop in Gun Barrel City, Texas.
Whoa.
So I rented a U-Haul box cargo truck thing and threw all my stuff in there, hooked up my boat, and towed it all the way home. Got involved in a snow ice storm kind of thing on Highway 40. And somehow I ended up here.
Wow. Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy. Well, the good news is that shop that you're talking about in Texas is owned by Alton Jones. So you're in good hands.
Wow. Yeah. He probably bought everything up around.
He has ownership somehow.
Yeah.
Jared, give me an update. Since you're home, give us an update. I know we've got a lot of people watching and listening from the West Coast, and we've heard some rumors about the water level at Clear Lake getting so low that they're going to stop boat access. Can you give us an update on that?
Well, so the rumor is, this isn't confirmed by any means, but the rumor is that because of the drought that we're in right now, first of all, I fished Clear Lake for over 30 years now. In the spring, I've never seen it this low. Like it's at a 1.2 on the Rumsey gauge. That's how they kind of gauge it. 8.9 is full. And then usually it's like at a 9 to 10 right now. It's at a 1.2, which is normally really, really low for the fall. So all the lakes, Shasta, Oroville, all of them are really, really bad. The rumor is that California, the Department of Fish and Game and everybody kind of went in together and said, we're not having tournaments. You can go and fish on your own, but there's no sanctioned tournaments. Clear Lake, Oroville, Don Pedro, New Maloney's, and Berryessa. That's the rumor.
Wow.
That's the rumor.
Wow.
I'm not saying that's a fact. That's rumor. But as low as the lake is right now, it's it's not like going to Mike, like Toledo Bend or Rayburn, where it just makes it real tough for the fish. And on Clear Lake, for example, a lot of the ramps are not even accessible right now. Like you can't launch a boat. So we're getting into we're getting into a situation where you're not going to be able to launch a boat.
Wow, that's crazy. All right, I'm curious, and I'm going to just ask it for the thousands of people that I know are thinking this right now. I'm just going to go out on a limb and ask it. Jared, who's responsible for this low water level? Is it nature? Is it God? Is it Boyd Duckett?
Magnum PI?
LA?
Is it LA? Is it who's responsible for all this low water?
Dude, we just haven't had the rain, to be honest with you.
Oh, that answer's so boring.
No, listen.
Wrong answer.
So I'll get a little bit political, whatever, with you.
Okay.
That's what I haven't had the rain like we normally do. But all that being said, is the infrastructure, even like right here where we live, we got three lakes within what do you say, Corey? 45 minutes of here.
Yeah.
And they are way, way down.
Right.
Even despite the amount of rain, what happens is they keep building houses, and more and more people are showing up here, and vineyards. I mean, what wine is, obviously, but they have all these big things going on that require all the water.
Right.
There's no water. We don't have enough to support that. So without a significant amount of rain, which we haven't had in a couple of years, it's just, there's nothing to support it at all.
Have you considered, Jared, moving to where it rains?
So
Seattle.
Well, Carrie's right here. Carrie and I are looking at moving to Arizona, Idaho.
Jaden says Georgia.
Jaden likes Georgia for whatever reason. I don't know why.
New
But-
TW facility.
Yeah, instant
popping up
job
in
at
Georgia.
Taco Warehouse.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean,
He's contemplating it.
I mean, it's just, despite the water issue here in California, all the political stuff, like we are ready to get out.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just gotten. I love California. I've grown up here, but it's just
Out of hand.
we're getting. We're
Yeah.
done. Like we got to go.
Yeah.
I don't know about Philadelphia though.
Yeah.
Austin, Texas seems to be where everybody's going from California.
I ain't ever moving to Austin, Texas. Anywhere kind of in Texas. Like every other day, there's a tornado. There's this. There's
Hurricane.
I mean, the bugs down there are like that big.
Yeah.
I don't like
Texas,
snakes,
Texas
I don't
is
like
out.
bugs.
Texas is
Yeah.
out. Philadelphia is out because bad things happen in Philadelphia. So that's
Especially
out.
now.
Yeah. Really bad things happen. Jared, I want to corner you on something, and I know you're working with a new sponsor right now. It's a good timing to talk about this. A lot of our listeners and viewers right now are on the fence about lithium batteries. I would venture to say over half of the pro tournament anglers now have switched to lithium. We're using more depth finders. We're using more electronics. Personally, I'm still on the fence. I've had some bad experiences with lithium batteries years ago, and I don't know what's right. Is it AGM? Is it lithium? Give us your take on it.
Well, so I was one of those skeptics as well, and I was like, man, I don't want this to happen. I heard all the bad things. This company that I'm hooked up with now, Bioenno Power, they're lithium. And the guy took the time to explain to me, because I'm not the smartest tool in the shed, obviously. And Daniel was there. Daniel was like, wow, man, I had no idea.
Yeah.
We did some product videos. It was really, it like dumbed it down, the technology and what goes in behind all the lithium, how it works, why it's not like something to be scared of. And really now I'm like, wow, I'm good. Like for the first time, actually, Daniel, after we did those product videos, I left my boat charger, the power pole charge, plugged in all night. Usually I'd, plug it in, wait till all the lights turn green, and I unplug it because I don't want my stuff to catch on fire.
Yeah.
This last week, I'm like, just let her, whatever. And so really, that's going to be out on Tackle Warehouse. The Frank is his name, and he really kind of explained how things are safe, how things are made, and how to take care and not have an issue. So, I mean, dude.
I was going to say for the guys watching right now that say why should I switch? Give them the reasons, Jared. What are the reasons they should switch?
Well, number one is boat performance. I mean, I took out, so I ran 4 AGMs, which is, they were 76 pounds a piece.
Each. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. So one of these batteries, I think what was it 22 pounds, Daniel, or 17 or something?
Yeah. It was a lot
I took out
lighter
like
than it actually looks.
That's ridiculous.
That's a 36 volt too.
That's
right?
ridiculous.
Yeah, 36 volt. So I took out 200 pounds out of the boat. So performance, speed, all that. It's not only that, it is the fact that, you can really, well, Frank showed us another app. What was it Victron, right, Daniel? Victron app, where you can actually monitor how much power you are consuming. So halfway through the day, you're like, oh man, I still got, 70% battery life.
Right.
I haven't been able to do that before. So that's really cool. The fact that, I mean, there's so many good things.
The power doesn't taper off. It's
the power doesn't taper off. You always have
the
power going all the time. Man.
Are some guys even running like dual 36s in parallel now? Like even get like go
That's
that
what
much longer?
that's the way that I run it.
Yeah.
So I have like 70 or 80 amp hours available. And at Clear Lake, I'm running the bank like for 5 days in a row.
So you've
the
got
low-
so hold on, you've got 4 36-volt batteries. You've got
No, I have two 36 for my trolling motor, and then I have one AGM for my Mercury. That's what I have.
Gotcha.
For the
Okay.
crank.
Yep.
So I eliminated a battery, basically 200 pounds for 3
Right.
batteries.
Why stay with the AGM for the cranking battery?
Well, Mercury recommends it. First of all, they don't require it, but it's recommended. And I don't know, I'm kind of old school. Like I said, a little bit at a time, baby steps for me.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, the other thing with lithium, Mike, you know, that consumers, I've had a friend of mine, actually, Tim, called me the other day. He's like, hey man, dude, I'm looking at these batteries. They're expensive. I'm like,
Yeah.
well, look at this way, dude. Every year and a half, 2 years, you're buying a high-end AGM or whatever, you know, for your trolling. These things are warranted up to 7 years free replacement.
Wow.
So yeah, they might be $1,000, $1,200 a piece, but if every other year you're spending $200 to $300, it all works out in the end.
Right.
And if you ever have a problem, they give you a free one,
Right.
and then you start the whole thing again.
Yeah.
So it's really not like, it is an investment at first, you know. Like, I mean, it's a hard pill to swallow. Like, batteries for what, $2,500?
Yeah.
But 7 years, I mean, you do the math.
Yeah.
Well, Jared, speak to the brand specifically with that you're partnering up with, that we're bringing in, and they, because of, we don't have to get the details why, but the way they build these and engineer them for and how they make them for trolling motor batteries, they're cheaper than a standard, battery, right?
Right. So what they did was essentially, you know, a lot of lithium batteries have the capability to, run a jet airplane. I mean, they have everything in that battery, like over the top. For Bioenno, what they did was they looked at the marine market and bass fishermen, or, you know, whatever, who's ever on their trolling motor. And they said, what do these guys need? What do they need? And that's it.
Right.
And they put that in that battery, and that's why it's at a lower price point. They took out all the stuff that you know, me and Pete, Mike, we don't need that. We don't need to be able to start a Cessna.
Right. we just need trolling motor power. That's all we need. Trolling motor power.
Yes. That's all we need. That's all
we
want.
You never know. Sometimes we make long boat rides. We might need that, Jared. We might need to start that. Are you selling? Are you selling these batteries at Tackle Warehouse?
We will be. Yeah. We'll still bring them in. We're going to do the video. We got to do the whole product.
Nice.
Intake thing, but soon they will be in stock. Yeah.
I might have missed this part of it when I was doing all the other tech stuff, but
and getting beer.
Yes, and getting beer. That's very technical.
Shut up. This segment brought to you by Founders.
How much do they weigh?
Thank you, Rich.
They weigh nothing.
They weigh nothing compared to
17 pounds.
Yeah, 17 to 20 pounds.
So the shipping on these is not like
20 something pounds. I forget the exact number. But I mean, they are light. Like, you know, you just
that's crazy.
And they have kayak ones too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, kayak ones. I mean,
with like a case with USB, so if you run GoPros, like they have it dialed, and it's super lightweight.
Yeah.
And like for me, I do
tiny
kayak
boat edition.
fishing and tiny boat stuff too, so you can have your battery and switch them between both and be able to use them.
Right.
And they're deep cycle batteries, so I think that's what eliminated a lot of the price too, because the original ones I think you guys used, I don't know the brands, but you were able to start your big motor with them. These are strictly for trolling motors.
Just trolling motor.
that's
I like that.
Motors,
I like that.
Right.
I like that because you know that's my deal is I want to be able to put the trolling motor down, fish as hard as I fish for 12 hours of practice, 14 hours in the summer, and not worry about
being able to start your boat
right
when you want to get out of there.
You know what I mean? I want to just go and go and go, and I think that's the benefit of lithium. You know, so I like that. I'm very, very interested. Jared, I'm like you. I'm one of the late converters to this, but I like what you're saying.
Did you get them this year?
I didn't. I still have AGMs.
Still
in mine.
pro guys. Okay.
Yep, I still have AGMs in mind, but I need to switch. I eventually need to switch.
They're good
you know?
batteries.
There's too many benefits. Speaking of the validity, let's say a different word. Speaking of
Virginity.
the virginity of lithium batteries, Jared, I want to get an update. A couple of years now, you're into Major League Fishing.
Yep.
Big shakeup a few years back from Bassmaster to MLF. Now things are sort of starting to settle out a little bit. You know, I'm in a new place where I can speak more freely on the show. I'm kind of a free agent right now. So, how are things going at MLF? How's the feelings over there? How are the anglers doing? What's the attitude? What's the feeling of the anglers at Major League Fishing? Everything good?
Yeah, I mean, overall, yeah. You know, starting off the year with the Red Crest, you know, that whole debacle with, you know, Lake Palestine being pretty much frozen over and all the issues that Tyler, the surrounding areas were facing was kind of, you know, nobody wanted to see that. And they didn't feel like we should go there and have a big tournament in the middle of people living in hotels, living in gymnasiums.
Right.
But so that was kind of a weird deal. Luckily, Eufaula, we went there. It was a great tournament. And we're starting the year off, you know, we went to Rayburn, and nobody expected that kind of deal. Like weights were down and, you know, it had to be because of that storm. I mean, everything, Mike, you know as well as I do, you show up there, the water temp is rising, the lake's high, everything's right, and they're just not going there.
Right.
I still don't know why. Like somebody asked me the other day, I forget who it was, dude, so what happened at Rayburn? I'm like, dude, here's the conditions. What would you have done? I still don't know what I would have done different. Like I'm on places where they should be coming through, and I'm catching 1/8s, 1/10s, 1/14s.
Yeah.
Like 38 of them the first day, never weighed a 2-pounder.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the heck, man? But to get back to your question, you know, in any format, any league, there's going to be some issues. You know that, whether it's Bass, the old school FLW, the NPFL, or however you say that. American Bass team tournaments. It doesn't matter. There's going to have some, you know, little bit of issues here and there. But I think overall, you know, with a group of guys that are deeply involved in this and the ownership, we're going to work it out. And that's, you know, that's what's going on. Nobody's like, dude, we're out of here. This is stupid. Everybody's really working towards a common goal, and that's to make this the biggest, baddest thing ever.
Yeah, and you made a really good point. I think a lot of people, you know, a lot of our viewers have drawn a line in the sand, you know, and they're anti-Bass or anti-MLF, and they're sticking to their side. But what you said is dead on, which is no league is perfect, right? You know, MLF has some problems, Bass has problems, even the new league, I'm sure, has its own issues, right? So there is no perfect league. Watching Rayburn, you know, I it's nice now because I can get to sit and watch in the luxury of my own warm, calm home.
Yeah, how is that?
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's lovely. I love it. I'm sure if you haven't texted with Becky about it, ask her. It's great. The nice thing about it is there aren't very many highs, like super highs, but there aren't those super lows, right? Everything's just kind of even keeled, which is cool. You know what I mean?
Do you do like the armchair quarterback aspect of it? Like, he shouldn't have flipped that color. It should have been this color.
Of course I do that. Of course I do that. But the one thing that I noticed at Rayburn, which is you guys were in a tough period, the big ones weren't biting. Do you regret, Jared, or do the anglers regret going to the 2-pound minimum? Because as I watched that tournament, I thought to myself, and again, I can say all this now, and I don't feel any they can't find me. They can't say shit to me because it doesn't matter, right? So I'm speaking honestly with you. As I watched that show, I thought to myself, boy, MLF made a big mistake going to the 2-pound minimum, right? Because what separated them from the other leagues was every fish counts, every legal keeper counts. It's a numbers. It changed the game. And as I watched you guys catch 113 after 114 after 115, I thought, I wonder if these guys are regretting going to that 2-pound minimum. Did you think that, or have the guys thought that?
That's a loaded question, Mike. There are some, extremes. You're on any kind of question like that or any kind of topic. There's going to be an extreme this way, an extreme this way, and that's true for that topic. My feeling on it. Here's my take on it. Everybody's playing on the same playing field with the same rules.
Yeah.
In your group, right? I mean, you might be in group A and you're rain and whatever. And then group B is sun and you're only fishing against your group.
Yeah.
So everybody's on the same field with the same rules, the same conditions. Everybody's the same. It's all equal.
Right.
That being said, the 2-pound deal at Rayburn, there was actually, some rumors that we might go to a 3-pounder Rayburn because it's Sam Rayburn.
Right.
And without that storm that happened, I sat in Dallas airport for 9 hours and it was a big deal.
Yeah.
I got caught up in the middle of that. I don't think you would even ask me that question because I really feel like there was so many big ones already up there and going, it probably would have been a moot point.
Yeah.
My take on that is the first day I weighed in zero scoreable bass. I caught 38 non-scoreable. 38. Okay. So it wasn't like
different event. Yeah.
It wasn't like I never had a bite. I caught 38.
Right.
My boat official kept track and he let me know when we were driving back. And I'm like, well, thanks for that. I appreciate it.
Do you remember what the weight was for your 38?
No, it was a lot. But here's the thing with that, Mike, is that I wasn't the only guy not being able to weigh those 113, 114, 112, 115. So ultimately, I really feel like I would have been in the same position going into the next day anyway.
Right.
Does that make sense? Like
it does.
It wasn't that I was the only guy catching 38 non-scoreables. I guarantee you all other 39 guys caught multiple non-scoreable, less than 2-pound fish.
Yeah. No,
so ultimately, does it suck not being able to light up the score tracker?
Yeah.
And weigh in, let's say my average, I weighed in 50 pounds, let's just say for 38 fish. It was probably more than that on Rayburn, I weigh in 50 pounds. I'm still in 35th place.
Right.
Because everybody else caught the same.
Right. Yep.
They caught 30 non-scoreables and some scoreables. So I'm still in the same place. Now, having to explain that to your friends that kind of don't really follow, dude, you went to Sam Rayburn and you caught 0? What is wrong with you?
Right. Right. Yeah.
That's kind of weird. And then you tell them, look, dude, they all have to be 2 pounds. And really, Mike, you know this. You catch, you're in practice or whatever. You're going down the bank and you sling one over the boat in practice, and you're like, that's a 2-pounder. Put that thing on a scale.
Right. Right.
It's
I know. I know that. I big eye everything, so I know that.
Well, I'm just saying, I did it at Rayburn. Like, I started catching a couple in practice. I'm like, yeah, that's a 2-pounder.
Yeah.
That's a 2-pounder. That's a 2-pounder. No, those are 113s.
Right. Right.
So,
yeah. I understand. I understand what you're saying, and I see the parallel. You're saying that it would be the same either way.
Right.
My argument is that it is the same either way, but it's a lot more exciting when you get to weigh the fish, right? And I got to be honest with you again. I can be honest and I can speak freely. I loved MLF when every legal keeper counted. You know, in the beginning of MLF, in fact, it was if the fish was a legal length, which was 12 or 14 inches in most places, it could weigh less than a pound, and it kept. I love that. For me personally, I love that format. Brian Carpenter, you know that. I loved it. It's what made MLF different. It's what, it was exciting to know it was a numbers game. And I felt like MLF caved to a handful of people that had criticism of it's a little fish tournament.
All they catch is little fish.
Yeah, all they catch is little, and they caved to that.
Yeah, I don't know. There were events that was just 1 pounder after 1 pounder after 1 pound.
No, I like that.
I don't know.
I like it.
I felt like that eliminated a lot of other techniques.
I mean, if
events became spinning rod, wacky worm only.
I'm just telling you, if I'm going to fish for big ones, why am I even at MLF? I'm going to go fish back at Bass. I'm going to go fish for titles that matter, like the Classic and AOY. Again, I'm being honest now because I can be, right? Yeah. I like that it was a different format than Bass. Right. It was not 5 big ones.
And that was always the draw to it, you know?
It was a draw to me, for sure.
It was different.
Yeah.
It was what you would see during the non-traditional bass fishing seasons.
Right.
You could still indulge in that fishing. And it just had a different feel, like when it was the original MLF. And I'm talking, this is probably circa, 2013, 2014?
Yeah, well, they've been around for a while. Yeah.
Way back then. But now it's different. And I really liked watching MLF because it was just entertainment value, and it was still fishing, and it was bonus, you know?
Yeah.
But, with the split and everything else, you're right. It's things changed when they went away from the true every fish counts format, because that's what MLF always was.
Yeah. Let's change subjects real quick and talk about. I want to talk about production, and this isn't specific, Jared, to
What
MLF.
do you need to know, Mike?
Listen.
I'm a good producer.
I'm not talking about producing the show.
How to screen share.
No, how to screen share. He wasn't how to screen share. This one is talking about all the leagues, Jared. This is Bass, this is MLF, this is FLW, this is all of them. Is it a bad thing that production controls the decisions in tournaments now? Not anglers or not tournament officials, but production really is in control of the day. Is that a good thing or a bad thing for professional bass fishing?
Loaded question.
I think that is a really good, another loaded question. I like it.
We got this.
This is like
I think for what we all want as professional anglers, which is, to make a really good living like yourself and many of us, is without production, a really good television show or, whatever, live streaming, and to bring in those non-endemics as well as keep the endemics, but bring in the Toros and the Toyotas and all these other big sponsors, the non-endemics, without having the right production, you don't have that. We're back before television, bass fishing was on TV. I mean, Mike, I don't know your history, but I know that when I was in high school, my main thing was to make sure my mom recorded on the VHS the Bob Cobb Bassmasters. That was the deal.
Oh, yeah.
Bill Dan and what was his name? Orlando
Wilson.
That was a big deal. That was the only thing I had to watch fishing on. Now you can go watch on all these different outlets, professional fishing. So without bringing that really good quality of a television program, is there enough room to have multiple anglers be professional fishermen?
Yeah.
I mean, that's where it is. So you don't have the quality production, you don't have the stories, you don't have the overall game.
Right.
Do we have a livelihood? I mean,
right. I can see that. Yeah.
So if, so at the end of the day, I guess if production says, look, guys, you know, we can't make a show because of these reasons. Maybe we need to tweak it a little bit, and then we could have a really good show. I'm okay with that. I am. You know, if they're getting involved with, you know, like, we don't want you running that color of your jersey, or we don't like that boat, it doesn't look good on TV, then I have a problem.
Right.
For me personally.
Yeah.
But anything else, like, hey, we're gonna, you know, Lions Inn is at 8 o'clock because before 8 o'clock, we got no, you know, it looks horrible on TV.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever. I like to sleep in anyway. It doesn't matter. You can ask Corey. Well, usually me and Daniel are waiting for Corey, so that's
I've got proof otherwise, but okay.
Corey sleeps in every day.
Does that make sense to you, Mike?
What's that?
I mean, does that make sense?
No, it does. It does make sense. It does make sense, and it's tough for me. You know, again, I think I'm a lot more analytical now than I was when I was in it. Right? You know, when you're in it, you know, I think you have to look around and say, all right, I have to deal with this, and not being in it, I'm a lot more critical of things that I see. You know, and I totally understand what you're saying. At the same time, I hate that production controls the outcome of a tournament or the destiny of an event. I hate that because production shouldn't. Production, we need it. You're right. We need it. We got to have great production. We need the viewers. We need the numbers. But at the expense of the legitimacy of a derby, and changing the rules and moving locations and changing the game, I don't think they should change the game.
Let me ask you this about the quality of the production. Is there and can you find a value in, like, say, okay, you're not going to have TV cameras out there first thing in the morning because it's low light and it's tough to get good quality, but would that be a draw to the common person to actually be inside the boat when the sun's still not all the way up? Is there something to that? Is there something to having a camera in a driving rain? And, you know, will people gravitate towards that?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a great question.
Drama. I mean, people gravitate towards drama. You know that.
That's a great question. That's a great question. But again, to me, it's all this. It's this, you know, relationship between the league, the production, and the anglers. And when the anglers are at the bottom of the list, that's a problem, right? They should all it should all be a joint relationship, right? It should all be a joint relationship, in my opinion.
We saw the same exact thing with doing the vlogs. Like, we were going out, and early on, like, let's get out there at 5 in, safe light, fish till dark, and early on it's like, hey, it's no low light. We gotta stop filming. Now we go all with. It's been a compromise. Daniel was like had to give up a little bit of his professional video quality stuff. But I mean, but also in camera gears has progressed too, and we're not running those big old giant TV cameras they have. Our cameras do a little better with the low light stuff though too. But we can get out and capture that low light stuff.
Well, that's good because I'm meet time tomorrow morning is 3:30 a.m.
Hey, thanks for joining us for the show, guys. Check back next week.
Check back next week. We're gonna get some scrapple at 3:45.
Hey, they do the same thing with professional sports. They do it with football. You know, the Eagles game isn't going to be on until 8 o'clock on Sunday night because of ratings. Meanwhile, it's 33 degrees in Philadelphia. Would have been a better noon game than 8 o'clock on Sunday night. But because of TV and ratings and all that other stuff, that's how they. So it's controlled by the almighty dollar.
Yeah, well,
it's a tough balance. Nothing happens unless they saw it on TV.
It is a tough balance.
Right.
It's a tough balance.
So yeah, I mean, it's as a fisherman, dude. You know the way it is. You want to be out there. Like, I hated getting last flight out, like at Gunnersville in May, because the shad spawn, you're missing 30 minutes of that, or whatever, however long it takes you to get out. So as a fisherman, you want to get out there and do what you got to do.
Yeah.
But the production side of things, I mean, there's a sacrifice and like knowing Corey as long as I have, you and I have filmed together, what, 2 or 3 different times?
Yeah.
And like, you get to catching them. All right, stop. Let's do some gear notes.
Yeah.
And you're like, what are you talking about?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
If we don't do that, we're not doing our job for the tackle.
Yeah.
You're not doing your job for your sponsors. I'm not doing my job for my sponsors.
Yeah.
Good
So
point. I hear you.
Yeah.
I agree with Corey, but at the same time, the fishermen and us are like, screw you, man. They're freaking biting. We just found them. Yeah, 3 in a row. Timeout. Power pull down.
Yeah.
Lintner's usually say screw you as other choice words he normally uses when that comes up. We have known each other for a long time, so we have
And then you're like trying to get that momentum back.
Yeah.
They're gone.
They're gone.
That's a good point.
But we as fishermen, we try to adapt that we know, because that we try not to force you guys all the time to the gear notes sometimes. But to that note, because it is the production side, because if we go and we forget to get that stuff or whatever the shot we needed, and then we don't get it, or for Daniel to edit it to go find all that stuff, it's a lot easier to edit if we're like, hey, do this, we talk about this rod, and then the next clip is everything he needs right there.
Yeah.
That makes the edit go a lot better and a better production.
Point. That's the whole point about this production thing.
Yeah.
If we do that, then the quality of the vlog or the video isn't as good as it could have been.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing whether it's TV, Tackle Warehouse vlog, live, not live stream, because that's just go. Whatever, these little video clips. So yes, I see both sides. I understand both sides. And I think maybe just because I've gotten a little older, more gray hair, that I'm willing to kind of adapt more.
Yeah. Good point.
Who's the worst production team you've had to work with?
You're talking with us right now.
Yeah, Ike Live. Ike Live's pretty bad.
Okay, fine. Who's the best?
No, I will say that my beautiful wife here, she had me do a recap over the past week of what was going on, and her phone didn't work. So she didn't let me know it didn't work until I was done with the video. She goes,
that's harsh.
It didn't upload.
So
not my fault.
Production right here.
It's the phone. I
It was
got a new one.
practice. It was just a practice round. You were trying to get better for the next
And if
one.
anyone's worked with Lintner, his first take is always his best, like hands down.
I missed you. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
It all goes
Sorry.
downhill, second and third take.
Double down.
All right, Jared, we got a lot of questions coming through, a lot of comments coming through from our viewers and listeners. Rizzo, what do you got?
Yeah, so this is a pretty good one from Pumbaa's Ghost. I don't know exactly what a Pumbaa is, but Pumbaa's Ghost is on the message board.
Pumbaa.
And he wants to know, do you guys see a time where bass fishing organizations will be able to charge to watch live streaming? And also, who will be the first organization to charge for the live streaming service?
Nope.
Ooh.
I'm going to go ahead and say nope.
All right, nope from Brian the Carpenter. Jared?
I don't think so. I don't think it's going to happen.
Okay. Yeah, a nope. All right, there you go. Any more?
By the way, Pumbaa is the cousin to the pig here from
I can tell you this, though.
Lion King, yes.
I will tell you this, though. Live stream, and Pete, listen to this, because make a mental note of this. Live streaming is the thing, right? It's the thing. It's not a re-air on Discovery, a re-air on CBS, live on CBS or Fox Sports. Live is what everybody. That's the future,
right?
And water.
Yeah, live program.
It's Ike Live on the water.
Ike Live on the water.
Yeah.
And generally the
We
problem
can't even pull it off in here.
The success of live is the access, the free access, the ease of watching and listening. The downfall of live is monetizing live. And when a company can figure that out, I mean, I think that'll be successful for them, And I don't know if it means charging for live, but monetizing live is the key.
Wow.
You're charged live streaming. You're getting charged, dude. No matter what, you're either got to sit through commercials, which means you're getting charged, or you're paying a premium to have it streamed. So without commercials, so your consumers eating it one way or another, so it's happening right now. It's happening right now. You're paying for it by watching the commercials.
Yeah, you had to sit through that.
Yeah, by the way, we're a little bit late on our second commercial break. Thanks
That's
for
right. Yeah,
reminding me.
yeah. You had to sit through that 20-minute shit that I had to spew in the beginning of the show. That's what you were charged for this one.
Pay up, bitch.
Yeah. Pay up, bitch. Let me get paid. What else you got, Riz?
Questions for Jared. Is he into throwing big glide baits? If so, what are your favorite swim baits?
There you go, Jared.
Right
glide
there
baits
on the top of the board.
Sneaky Pete.
I just had them. Hold on. They're right here, I think.
Break them out.
Bring them out.
Show me the goods.
What you got?
By the way, when Jared was talking about his wife, like filming him when the feed went down, it reminded me of our first Ike Live when Trent Cole the gas. And we kept filming for an hour or more.
Yeah, more. Like 3 hours. Nothing. Yeah, nothing. Zero live feed.
The feed was no go.
Come over here and talk to them.
That's what does and doesn't work.
That's right.
Yes. Glide baits for sure. Hold on.
And shout out to Trent Cole for a third place finish.
Yeah,
Trent
Cole.
Nice
finish.
I'm texting with him right now to see if he want to be on next week.
Next weekend or the following weekend, either one. Yeah.
So the question was, do I throw glide baits? Yes, I threw a ton of them this past week at Clear Lake. Not only to catch them, but they are a huge asset, especially this time of year, spring, pre-spawn, through the spawn, even post-spawn. They're going to draw fish from a great distance, especially if you have water clarity. So a lot of the fish I caught, I'd see them follow a bait and I'd watch where they went back to and throw a different bait or, drop shot or whatever in that area and get those same fish to bite. So Gantrel, first of all, this is a Gantrel Junior. This is the senior, and then they make a in-between size, the regular Gantrel. This is Gantrel Junior. So yeah, both these I had rigged up at Clear Lake for kind of search baits, and fish just are kind of mesmerized by them. Then you got, here's my box. I got all kinds of stuff in there. Gantia, jackal bait.
Ooh.
That's a really good glide bait.
Take your time.
G-Rat.
Go slower.
G-Rat's really, really good glide bait.
Anything sneaky in there?
I got some secret stuff. There's a Gantia right there. That's a good bait.
Ooh.
Here is a custom one that a friend of mine like, dude, you got to throw that one. I'm like, come on. He actually put fingernail polish on it with glitter.
Yeah, that's
And
glitter.
this is a Gancraft.
Wow.
That's a Gancraft bait. And I sacked him on that one. And then you got some other, dude, I got so many. I don't even know the brand of this. Tackle doesn't have it, unfortunately.
Wow. And get it out of the camera.
Take that out. Take that out of the camera.
Garbage.
Trash.
Yeah,
Garbage.
get it out of there.
Did a sheet.
But yeah, glide baits. It's like in California, it's almost like a drop shot.
Yeah.
Like if you show up to a lake and you don't have a glide bait tied on, you don't know what you're doing. That's kind of the way it's gotten to be. And there's so many colors, there's so many brands. You just kind of gotta, I've spent a lot of money on it, obviously. You kind of gotta pick your poison, your color schemes that you like, the size you like, and just go with it. Because there's no, this is the only one to throw. It's whatever, it's like anything, Mike, you know as well as I do. This jerk bait, that's the only one you can catch fish on. And I tell you, no, this jerk bait is the only one you catch fish on.
Yeah.
It's between your ears.
Right.
It's what you're confident in and how you fish and what you see.
Yeah.
So I can tell you all day, this is the best color. That's the only color you need. That's a really good one. But you might have another one no, dude, that's the one you need. So,
right.
Man, glide baits is that's a special deal. Like if you're not throwing them, you need to just to experience it, because you're going to see fish come up behind it or eat it, hopefully, that you've never seen in your given body of water.
Yeah.
They can't help themselves. They got to look at it.
Yeah. I'm monitoring the social feeds too while Riz is on the regular IMs, and I have a message question from the fake Ish Monroe, and wants to know, Jared, tell me about the pompadour, especially around lily pads. Is his question.
I don't know that I want to share that. The pompadour. I mean, you guys know what a pompadour is?
Yes.
Yes. No.
Top water. Yep. Top water bait. For those of you watching and listening, pompadour, top water bait, a lot like an old head and crazy crawler. Jared, you got one right there? You can show everybody. There you go.
All right. So here's the deal with this. So a few years back, it was at James River. I was staying with Ish in a Bassmaster Open back in the day. And I had this bait, and he's like, dude, what the heck? The real Ish Monroe. I don't know who. Like, what is that deal, dude? And I showed it to him. He's like, let me check it out. Dude, he fell in love with this bait.
Yeah.
So what it is, it's kind of like the old jitterbug, okay?
Yeah.
It's got these big metal wings on it, prop right here on the back. And when this thing comes through the water, it's you can't help but stare at it.
Ruckus.
And so Jackal actually sent me this bait, I don't know, probably 8 or 9 years ago. I don't know, whatever it was. And I took it out to my little home lake. I'm like, dude, come on, man. I think I was throwing on like 15-pound line or whatever. I didn't even know what it did. Like if it was a top water, it sank. I mean, they just sent me one in a plastic baggie. And I threw it out there, and like an 8-pounder choked it, and I broke it off. I'm like, what just happened? Like I didn't. So I got another one, and I put it on braid, and dude, the fish drawing power and the explosive bites this thing creates is unprecedented to almost any other topwater bait I've ever thrown.
Wow.
It,
would you say
it's not?
Is it better than a whopper plopper, Jared?
For a slower moving bait, yes, 100%.
Gotcha. Yeah.
What about plopper? You know, you're kind of keeping it coming, like just
right.
This bait, you're kind of creeping it, kind of crawling it around. You know, if you have emergent grass, like surface grass, obviously the treble hooks are going to get hung in it. Lily pads in Florida, we've been down there a few times, and I've caught a lot of fish on this. And what you do is you kind of figure out the lanes those pads lay in. So you don't want to throw it like right in the middle of the stem. You kind of want to figure out, okay, I could bring it through those, that little section of pads, dude, and they freaking crush it.
Yeah.
I mean, they pound it. So lily pads, pompadour, yeah, you're going to get bit.
What's the connection on the James River? Not that I'm of any interest because I haven't opened there in a month, but
Pete right now.
All right, Pete.
It's like life; you can do whatever you want.
Yeah.
So here's the deal with this bait. So I go down there. It's the first time I ever fished James River, and I hear, just go to the chick, whatever that is. So the first day of practice, I fished the main river down from whatever launch ramp we were at, and I caught a few, whatever. Dude, you got to go to the chick. You got to go to the chick. Okay. So I go back in there, and there's all those cypress trees when you come in off the main river on the left, and I don't even know where I was, but on the left down there's cypress trees and these knees coming up on the low tide. And I'm throwing my frog and throwing this, and everybody I see is throwing a buzz bait, throwing a whopper plopper, throwing, all kinds of stuff. I'm like, dude, I don't think they've ever seen this bait. Dude, I could have freaking smashed their heads in. So obviously, tide was a big thing with that. And until the second day in the afternoon, because I had a late draw, the tide didn't get right. The first day I sucked. I only weighed, I think, like 8 pounds or something. Second day, I came all the way back and I finished in like 21st. I think, Mike, is the tournament you won.
Okay.
I finished in 21st. I caught every one of them on the Pompadour behind like 30 guys that just fished through there. And I mean, when I tell you they were biting it, it was unbelievable.
Wow.
My guy, local guy that fished his whole life, he's like, dude, I will give you $100 for that bait right now. No, dude, I got like 3 of them.
Selling it to locals.
It's not that it's important. Not that it's important to me, but what color were you throwing?
Black. I'm gonna guess black.
No, I was not throwing black.
I know
It's called Kingfisher.
The what?
Kingfisher is the color. Kingfisher. It's
Kingfisher.
Silver, blue back, silver sides, orange belly.
Oh.
Dude, they were freaking smoking it.
I got that one in a mystery tackle box.
Did you?
There you go.
Did you really?
Yeah. I
Mystery
did.
tackle box hooks it up.
Wow.
I actually have a pompadour, and
That's the color.
that was the color.
Wow.
Low-key shameless
Do
shout
you
out.
all?
Not a gimmick lure.
Do you always throw it?
Actually, check this out. I'm gonna call Ish Monroe out. Well, maybe I should
Do it.
Yeah, I will. Okay. So I was watching the heavy hitters this last week. 'cause I
Oh
didn't
my
qualify
God.
for it.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm watching him on live. I was at Clear Lake. I'm at Clear Lake. I got I'm practicing because I only caught a 3-pounder at Eufaula. Actually, Ike, I got another thing to talk with you about.
Okay.
Just hold on a second.
You're next, Ike.
I'm next.
It's on my boat, right? I got my phone on my deck of my boat and I'm fishing. I'm just doing my thing. And I hear, oh, Ishmael, yeah. And he's throwing the black one. And I'm like, dude, that sounds like a pompadour. I look down. I'm like, it is. Like a 4.9.
Wow.
And he's like, oh, that's a cool topwater bait. That's what he said because it's not, But yeah.
Do you always throw it on straight braid?
I do. Yeah. 50
Straight
pound
braid.
braid. Yep.
Straight braid.
Don't throw it on mono. Don't throw it on anything.
Yeah.
Throw it on straight braid.
Okay.
Have either one of you guys? Now, I thought this is what you were going to talk about. Was the $100,000 fish that Ish
Peter,
lost?
Too soon, Pete.
Too soon. Boo.
Pete Hillary Glusick.
Come on. Did either one of you guys talk to him?
I think you're gonna bring the bass on as a guest, right?
Oh yeah, we were thinking about interviewing the bass, Pete, that Ish lost, but we couldn't get a hold of him because he was lost.
Our phone up over 2 seconds. Right
No, I haven't talked with him about this. So, Mike, let me ask you something.
Okay.
So you follow last year.
Yes.
Okay. So I was in Group A, Group A. Yeah. And the first day, I believe you struggled like me.
Yes.
Right. And you were in Group B. I was in Group A. You were in Group B.
Yes.
So my second round, I find this awesome kind of area mat stuff, punching whatever, this and this. And I'm like, gosh, dang, dude, there's got to be some big ones in here. So I got eliminated day 2. I sucked. So I'm driving wherever I'm going, and I got live on because I'm out of the tournament. And I'm like, God dang, dude, Mike is like right where the best looking stuff visually to me was.
Yeah.
And you catch those 2 great big ones punching.
Giants.
Same thing I was doing 24 hours, or not even 24. What was that? 15 hours earlier?
Yeah.
So why do you think all of a sudden you think the water clarity got right? You know what I'm talking about.
I
dude.
do know what you're
watched-
talking about. I think it was water.
So
I think
How
it
do you
was water
think I
clarity.
didn't catch that fish? You did.
Yeah, I actually think it was water level. I think it was
Water
water level. Because what I noticed happened in that tournament is from practice to my first day, the water dropped. The water was falling. But on my second competition day, the water stabilized and started to rise. And I think that was the difference for me, because I actually fished that area in my first day of competition and didn't get a bite on it. And I think a lot of times, when we see a rise or a fall in the water and it's very minute, you know, we look at it. You look at an inch, and you think, oh, it's an inch. Who gives a shit? You know, but dude, shallow fish, mat fish, when water's falling, they get uncomfortable.
They're gone.
Right.
So that's like us losing a foot and a half, 2 foot
Right.
of water. You know,
Yes.
it's like if our roof came down 2 foot,
Yeah.
you'd be like, oh shit.
Yeah.
You know?
And Brian the Carpenter and I saw that the other day. We fished a little shallow place. But I think when water's stable or rising, they get a little more comfortable and they get back in there. I'm not a great puncher, so I suck at punching. So it must have been the water.
So what does it say about
wasn't me.
Jared then?
He's good.
Better than
You caught him though.
I know, but I'm not very good at it.
He got 2 great big ones.
Yeah, I'm not very good
And
at it.
then,
I'm good
and
with
then
a spin rod,
Chapman,
but I'm not good at
dude,
punch
and then
rod.
Chapman was like right around the corner and catches that 9-pounder or
Yeah.
whatever. I'm like, dude, what?
Yep, right around the corner. Same kind of shit.
Dumbest fish in the lake.
Dumbest fish in the lake.
That was.
All right, Jared, I got one more controversial question for you, and then we're gonna leave you go. And this is one I had to ask too, because so I just experienced it, so it's fresh in my mind. So I have to ask you this. The question is pretty simple, which is the sport going backwards in some regard? And let me explain what I'm saying. So I qualified for the Major League Fishing heavy hitters from last year's competition. I ended up 38th out of 40, which put me into the top 40, which qualified for this tournament. I qualified for this event in my boat, fishing all season long in my Bass Cat with my Yamaha, with my Ghost trolling motor, my Lowrance Electron. It was my rig that I qualified for this tournament, right? This is how I qualified. About 3 weeks before the event, I find out that I can't use my own boat for the event. I have to get in a sponsor boat, which could be a Nitro, could be a Phoenix, could be whatever. It's going to have a Mercury on the back. It's going to have other stuff. And I have to wear a jersey that endorses sponsors that aren't my sponsors.
Oh.
So the question to you is twofold. One is that right to put you in a boat and motor and jersey that's not yours when you qualified through with your own jersey and boat and motor? And the second part to it is the sport going backwards? Because we fought at Bass for a lot of years. I can remember, I'll tell the story on camera. I can remember getting up on stage at a Bassmaster Classic. It was the one that Jay Ellis won. Was it the one Jay Ellis won? It might have been. It was one at Lay Lake. It was the one that Boyd Duckett won. Lay Lake. Boyd Duckett won that one. I got on stage on the last day, and I pleaded with people. I spent my time, not thanking my sponsors, I spent my time saying, basically, this is bullshit. We got to get in somebody else's boat for the Bassmaster Classic. They fined me for that. I remember $10,000.
$10,000.
$10,000 for saying that on
God
stage.
damn.
It's whatever. It's water under the bridge. But the next year, we were back in our own boats for the Bassmaster Classic. It was a proud moment for me. It was a $10,000 well spent. Are we going backwards? Here we are in 2021, and the league's forcing us to get in boats and jerseys and motors that aren't ours. Give me your honest opinion, man. It's like live. Come on.
Well, I mean, I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. Would I like that? No. So the whole premise of this was it's a one-off tournament. It's a pretty much a big fish tournament. When I found out about that, I wasn't happy about it. About the way you just explained wasn't going to get done. Not your boat, not your jersey. And I'm like, how does that happen? It's like a cup kind of deal. So I made a couple calls to find out the reasoning behind it, and it makes sense. Am I 110% behind it? No. I mean, to be honest, I don't. I would rather fish in my boat with my jersey, but the way it was explained to me makes sense.
Yeah, it's tough though. You know better than anybody because Jared, I'm honestly, dude, you're a great promoter. You've worked for these companies. I know Jackal, Daiwa. I know the companies. I've seen you. I fished with you a couple times. You work hard for these, for these companies, and then you got to wear a jersey with sponsors that don't give you a cent. You know, it's hurt. It hurts. It hurts, man.
It does, and it's kind of like, when I first started fishing the cups, okay, which was only 2 years ago, whatever that is. I was like, I remember Rich. Well, I shouldn't even say his name. Sorry, Corey. Sorry, Rich. Owner of Tackle Warehouse. He's like, well, dude, he goes, that's cool. These are cool, but you can't, we don't see Tackle Warehouse on your jersey. And I'm like, yeah, and he's the one who actually kind of talked me off the ledge, so to speak, in that, dude, but it's good for your brand. Like, and I will say this, that is true, because ever since I started fishing the cups, there's people that don't even know bass fishing, like Bassmaster or Major League Fishing or FLW back in the day or whatever. They're like, hey, I seen you on TV on the Discovery Channel. I'm like, what? Oh yeah, you're Jared. And I'm like, yeah, I've lived here my whole life. And they finally reckon, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it does help build your own personal brand. And I have seen that my own self. Actually, this week at Clear Lake, I'm fishing around docks and stuff. And this guy runs out and he's like, holy whatever, dude, you're on my TV. You're in the living room right now. I'm like, what? It's like, yeah, and you're right here. He goes, how are you there and here? I'm like, well, it was pre-recorded. The guy was tripping out.
Yes.
No,
yes.
The guy really was tripping out. Like, he had no idea. Like, he's not a guy who's in there eating his Wheaties and comes out, he might have been a little bit on crank or something.
It was Clear Lake. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, so for your individual brand, the way that Rich and I have talked about it a lot. I gotta stop saying his name because
I can give you his phone number now.
He's like, he goes, look, dude. He goes, if you're wearing a AFCO, only AFCO branded hoodie walking down the sidewalk and people recognize you, they know you're Tackle Warehouse. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, you're so, kind of branded as that. So whether or not, this is the cups I'm talking about, whether or not I'm wearing my Tackle Warehouse jersey, AFCO, whatever, people see me and they're not necessarily looking at my sponsors on that jersey. They're going, oh, that's the Tackle Warehouse guy. That's the AFCO guy.
Yeah.
That's the Vexus boat guy. Not that's whoever guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I see that.
So,
I see that. And I think, I don't want to be all doom and gloom because I think the visibility that anglers are getting through other outlets, AKA Discovery, AKA CBS Sports. I mean, I think that's great. And you see it, right? That guy that ran out, that may be a guy that would have never, he doesn't get Bassmaster magazine, right? He's not a fish head, right? I think that's great. In the same breath, I have a really hard time with getting in a boat and motor and a jersey that's not yours when you qualify for that event with your own boat and motor and jersey.
Whoever makes those decisions.
I have a really hard time with that. Like the old MLFs. Jared, you remember.
Originals.
The originals. It was an invite, right?
Yep.
Come on. We've selected you out of 300 guys that come fish this tournament. You have to get in our boat. Cool, dude. I'm in. What do you want me to fish out of? A piece of shit canoe? I'm in.
Right.
What do you want me to fish naked? I'm in. Right? That's different. But when you qualify through your own hard work and blood, sweat, and tears and your own equipment, I have a hard time because it is taking the sport backwards. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, Jared. And if I was fishing MLF and I was still mad and angry and wanting to organize the anglers, which I'm not anymore, so none of this fucking matters.
You sound a little angry.
I would approach Jim Wilburn personally. All 80 of you guys, I would call Jim Wilburn and say, if you're making me get in this boat in Jersey, then I should be able to wear my own personal logo. And I should be able to promote my own personal brand. I should be able to put a Jared Lintner logo on this jersey and hat if you're going to make me do this. That's the truth.
I agree.
That's the truth.
I do agree with that.
Clearly, Jim Wilburn's never had to take the wrap off of a bass boat. Because
Clearly.
You know, Mike, I never thought about it like you just said. You qualified for that tournament in your equipment.
In your equipment.
I've never thought about it honestly like that. Yeah, that's.
Well, I think I got to weigh in.
Pete, weigh in, Pete.
If that's the deal and you knew that going into qualification, that's the deal.
You didn't know.
You signed up. If they bait and switched you. If they bait and switched it, then it's different. If they switched it, it's different.
Hey, PC Pete, let me stop you.
All right.
PC Pete, let me stop you. They did not. I knew 2 weeks ago that I had to get in somebody else's boat in Jersey for this event.
Right.
Well, Mike,
that's a big deal.
In all honesty, is that when you finally researched that? Like what I'm saying is, because I mean, until you said that, I didn't really look at it from that point of view. But I had known about that if you qualify for heavy hitters, it's their boat, their jersey, like a long time ago.
It was in the fine print. You know how the guy talks really fast at the end of the commercial? That's where it was.
Yeah. I don't know. These were all great. Jared, I appreciate your honesty because these were all great philosophical questions. I love it because I'm in a different place now where I can just say whatever I want to say. And
you said the same stuff then.
Well, I like
nothing's
it.
changed.
I mean, I tiptoed around it before, and now I'm not tiptoeing around it as much. But it's great because Jared, you brought to light some points where, you know, it's like at some extent you deal with it to get to the next level, and I get that too. And I think maybe I'm too doom and gloom all the time, and I do appreciate the other view of it. You know.
Yeah, you know, Mike and everybody. At the end of the day, you know, as professional fishermen, what's our number one job, so to speak, is
pay the bills.
Well, to pay the bills, but to make our sponsors happy, to retain our sponsors, and, you know, to have a good, like, positive kind of demeanor about ourselves.
Yeah.
And if you're not happy fishing whatever league, whatever you're doing, then move on, you know, and I hear it, like the first question you asked me, how's the overall feeling over there?
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing. No matter if we're talking fishing, if we're talking golf, if we're talking basketball, if we're talking tackle warehouse employees, there's always going to be some that aren't happy. Okay. Life is too short. I just lost my aunt this past week. Great person. Dude, she lived life to the fullest. Like, if she wasn't happy doing something, she went over there. She did this. Yeah. She would, you know. So, you know, the thing about it is you got to make yourself comfortable, and the decisions you make, you got to stand behind them and feel like, you know, you're motivated and you want to help whatever you're doing succeed.
Yeah.
Whether it's, like I mentioned, golf, basketball, it doesn't matter, fishing. So I'm really behind Major League Fishing, and I'm really behind my sponsors, and I try to work hard and promote them. And at the end of the day, I would much rather be talking to you on Ike Live than going, hey, I got to go because I got to go deliver milk tomorrow morning at 3 a.m. So it is what it is, man.
I agree. I agree, dude. You're.
I'll drink to that.
I'll drink to that. Cheers to that, Jared. And I tell you, if you're living your life and you're doing something you love, and you're doing something you enjoy, and it was a childhood dream, it's a good thing. And you're doing that, Jared. So, congratulations to that. And that's a great, great theory. Be happy, no matter what. So, I like that. That was great.
Hey, Lintner, you mentioned that that guy was watching on TV. Don't give any details 'cause I haven't seen it yet, but what cup was that and where was it at, I guess, and how can they watch that? Because I want to, I've got to record it. Don't give me any, I don't know how things shook down, but.
Ike was there. Well, we won't give up the details, but it was the Patriot Cup, right?
Oh, yeah, that was a good one.
Dude, you didn't watch that, Mike?
No, I didn't watch it.
I've got to
Dude, come on.
I remember, though.
Hey,
I liked that tournament. That was good. I did good in a place I normally don't catch fish.
Florida.
Dude, Florida. You were on the first, Mike, you were on the first round, and I forget what happened. You threw something out there, and it was like your second throw, and you caught like a 3.5. And you're like, see, I retire, and I start catching big ones. Like, can you believe this? Yeah. No, we both had a good event.
Yeah, we had good events there. there. And that was a event of firsts for me. I caught fish in Florida.
Hey.
I caught frogfish. I mean, all kinds of weird shit happened. Who knows?
Hey, Mike, do you remember the saying of the weekend by the end of the week?
Yeah.
You do?
The what?
Well, you kept saying over and over and over.
The mantra, the saying
of the weekend, the theme of the
saying.
week. What was it?
It was the stick on. What's the stick on muff?
The Merkin?
No.
Merkin. Buy a Merkin.
No, dude. Where we ended up?
New sponsor, Jared?
El Lago.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
But don't give me
Belago.
What is this?
Just you got to watch. If you're watching and listening right now, they haven't aired the finals yet, so you got to watch and just remember, Belago. Belago. Wow, what a week that was. Jared,
So when's that air?
I don't know. The finals hasn't aired yet, right?
No.
Yeah,
I think it's this weekend.
The whole thing didn't already air.
Did it?
It was on.
No, it all didn't air.
No. This weekend was like the
third round was this weekend.
Okay,
like
so
today.
It's coming still. It's coming. So if you're watching and listening right now, if you're a Jared Lintner fan, without giving too much away, keep watching. Keep watching every week because it's going to get better. And you're going to see in the finals, you're going to see Belago. I don't know what that means, but you're going to see that. Jared, I want to thank you for coming in with us tonight and sitting down. You were definitely not a second to any other guests we had. You're always a first on Ike Live. We had you on so many times. We love you every time you come on. We love you, man. We love both you guys. We appreciate you coming on tonight and hanging out with us for a little bit.
Thanks, man. Come to the West Coast. Let's do some Ike Live and some vlogs out here.
I'm into it. If there's
Me
enough,
too.
if there's enough water, we're coming out and floating down there.
It may have to be a kayak vlog.
Kayak or bank fishing. All the water's gone.
You
Yes.
don't drive a kayak.
You can't
You
paddle.
don't drive a kayak.
Yeah, he can't. That would be good.
Thanks for being available on late notice. You
Yes,
guys.
there you have it,
Appreciate
everybody.
Thanks,
The
Jared.
Lickers,
Good
everybody.
luck.
On Ike Live tonight. Jared, thanks, man. There you have it.
Gotta go.
Oh, dude, that was great. That was great. Good call. Good call, Daniel. That
Hey,
was
the
a
T-dubbers come through.
yeah.
Jared just
We got
sitting there.
T-Dubbers coming through. Pete, I wouldn't call Jared a replacement for Mark Menendez. I would not call him that. But it was great to have Jared on.
Yeah.
Throw some real talk at him, which was nice. You know,
you threw a lot of real talk at him, man. You put him on the hot seat.
I don't know why he would ever want to come on again.
I don't know. I don't know. We did that to Cliff Crochet the last time, and now he never wants to be on Ike Live. Is that
true?
Oh yeah.
Oh, did you hear some crap?
Oh yeah. He does. He never wants to be on Ike Live again.
Oh, you heard some crap about it?
I heard some crap about it. Cliff Crochet, if you're watching, I just got to say this: you are doing everything under the sun to kiss the butt of Major League Fishing, and they haven't thrown you a sponsor yet, bro. Bah! Okay. All right,
man.
Jeez.
You were on a soapbox tonight.
No, I'm just saying.
Should we have a tin cup shot?
I think we should have a tin cup shot here.
We need something.
We do need something.
Something needs
All right,
Are we going to talk about the Ish Monroe thing? You got something surprise?
No, I don't think we're going to talk about that at all.
Which thing?
No, we're not talking about. What are you talking about?
Almighty, that was a monumental thing that happened in the sport of fishing. Well, I think we should talk about it.
Well, let's talk about it then, because I think.
How many times have you seen $100,000 fish swim away like that? I mean,
a lot. I've seen it a lot.
All right, go ahead.
I've seen it a lot in different scenarios. You want me to just give you my personal accounts?
Yeah, give me the top two. Yeah.
I'll give you my top two. In the Bassmaster Classic that Skeet Reese won, on the second day of the tournament, I ran all the way back from I locked down to pool 8. So I had to lock, am I saying this right? I had locked down a pool, and I came back to Shreveport the second day, and I had about 5 minutes to fish, and I stopped on a duck blind that sat way, way off the bank that I had marked, and I never caught a fish. I just said, well, this is if I need time to kill. I pitched a tube jig there to that duck blind. It fucking swam off. I set the hook, and I watched a 4.5, 5-pounder jump off. Oh. In hindsight, that was the winning fish. Oh. So I watched a $100,000 fish jump off there. FLW Championship, Three Rivers, Pittsburgh.
Oh, yeah.
The third day of the tournament. So now the weight zero to start it over. The third day of the tournament only weighed 4 fish. I remember throwing a jig head Senko, on a jig head to a bridge piling. It got about halfway down, stopped, swam away. I set the hook, jacked his ass, got him about halfway to the boat, and a 12.5-inch smallmouth jumped and threw the bait. I weighed 4 fish that day. That was a $400,000 12.5-inch smallmouth.
Yeah.
I came in second and won $100,000. Greg Hackney came in first and won $500,000. I've seen it happen. It's no difference.
Well, the reaction was priceless. What was your reaction? Ish's reaction was like broke your heart.
I cried, cursed, broke rods, kicked up finders,
So they cut away a lot quicker
than
they did on.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was different back then.
Yeah. But they watched the agony of defeat with Ish.
I know. And I want to focus on the positives with Ish, which is he got to the point on that second day where he made a decision that he was going to fish for a $100,000 fish instead of a $100,000 limit. And now I give him credit for doing that. That's a tough decision, and focusing on one fish instead of, trying to go out and catching numbers and catching out. And he just got to the point where he wanted to fish.
It made sense. It made sense.
I give him credit for that decision.
How big do you think that fish was?
I heard it was 8 or 9. And when I looked at the replay, I felt like it was like a 6 or 7 pounder. Anybody else watch it? Felt like a 6 or 7 pounder, right?
But still, like 5-pounder was what took it, right?
5-pounder took it, so it was a $100,000 fish. Yeah, but I don't think it was an 8-9 pounder.
So was that the lake that Shryock had the big one on?
No.
Okay, so different body of
this
water.
Was Sharon Harris, the lake
they switched every day. Right?
This is a lake that Brian the Carpenter had one bite on and missed it. Yeah.
How many did you have?
0. 0, and then I didn't get to fish it anyway.
Who knows what it even was, man?
Are you still mad at MLF talking about how good those lakes are, BTC?
Settle down, Marty. It was lake's amazing. Oh, dude. You couldn't say how fantastic, how many fish were in that lake. I'm like, man, a month ago, one fish won a 60-boat tournament there.
I mean,
and the two fish wondered that they mean you were there.
Yeah.
Cold water.
And once again, like getting back to.
I'm just joking.
Here's the thing, though. Getting back to what I said earlier, Jared, about Sam Rayburn, dude, which is, did you see how many 2.5 to 2 3/4 those guys were catching?
3 pound limit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you agree? Like, I don't agree with that.
Was that the first
yeah.
tournament?
I think it was the
3
first
pound?
one that they went 3 pounds, but it changed the
Yeah, it
dynamic of the event. You know, who's your
Sure
real
it did,
winner there?
yeah.
If it's a 2 pound minimum, it's probably Jacob Wheeler, right? Like who? I don't know. I've watched a lot of guys catch a ton of 2.5 and to 2 3/4 pounders. That's ridiculous that it was a 3. I don't like it. I don't get it. I don't think it's right. You know, but
it is interesting how Alton was able to absolutely dominate underneath that 3 pound barrier.
Yeah.
You know, by sight fishing.
Yep.
You know, where a lot of other guys were just fishing and they might have beat him. I wonder about that. You know, could they have beat him if they'd put the limit at unlimited? You know, just as long as, you know, what would that have looked like? Who would have won?
What's the minimum size on that lake?
I don't know.
12, 15, whatever.
Well, it's probably 12 or 15, right?
Yeah, but in that event, it didn't matter.
Yeah, right.
You could have a 10-incher with a bowling ball in it.
Got it. But what I'm saying, like, it doesn't make sense to me. Like, if you're on a 12-inch minimum lake and you got to catch 3 pounders for them to be scoreable, you're throwing back legal fish all day long.
Yeah.
Like, that would be very frustrating.
It's the heavy hitters, right? They it's branded that way. It's you know, they were trying to ploy on bigger fish. You know, I get the gist of it.
I get it.
You know,
I get it. I mean, you know, you got events where you run into local lakes that you can only have 2 smallmouth, 18 inches or better.
Right.
It's crazy stuff. It's a
know.
crazy world out there.
I don't know. It is crazy. All right, listen, Brian Carpenter, let's take a short break.
Yeah.
And when we come back, I'm saving the best for last. If you're watching right now, it's been a great show. Corey and Daniel from Tackle Warehouse. We just had Jared Lintner on our second segment. When we come back, Brian Carpenter, the Ike Live Jeopardy contest.
Ooh.
Pete, this is the first one.
I'm excited. I love Jeopardy.
And here's the contestants: Corey, Daniel,
and
Pete Glusick.
Oh,
yes.
I'm game as long as I don't have to wear a Bass Pro jersey while I.
You don't have to wear anything special. Hang in there with us. When we come back, more Ike Live and Ike Live Jeopardy.
4.5-inch drop shot worm.
Yeah.
Bama bug. Finesse jig, PB&J. Give me something hard. Hey, KVD here. Now, I didn't always know this much about fishing. 4-aught EWG worm hook. In fact, there was a time when I couldn't tell the difference between a jerkbait and a stickbait. But then I signed up for Mystery Tackle Box, the original monthly tackle subscription. And now I know more about fishing than I do about calculus.
And he knows a lot about calculus.
Plus, I get amazing extras like free fishing magazines. October 2016. Featured article, 4 places to throw a frog. Exclusive decals. Zombie bass. And how-to videos for all the great baits I receive. How to tune a crankbait. Is that underwater footage I smell?
I got goosebumps.
So if you're looking to develop enhanced fishing abilities like me, or you just like getting new tackle every month, go to mysterytacklebox.com and get your box today. Ooh, live minnows. Is it lunchtime already? Nature's candy. Oh. Is he in my pocket?
This time of year, I definitely recommend putting a little bit of this on your soft plastics too. There he is. Another one. Next cast. And that would be number 6. I'm addicted. I'll admit it. I'm straight addicted.
This might be bigger.
You think so?
Yeah. Feels bigger. I haven't even seen this thing yet. It doesn't want to come up. Don't break me off the rocks.
Oh, it's a... Oh!
27-incher.
He caught it. Oh my god, that's such a healthy fish. Look at this size. Put a little liquid mayhem on your crappie jig.
And look where the stripers get it.
You can't even see it, man.
That might be a keeper.
This is your tackle. Not that kind of tackle. You use it to catch this, or this, or this. You also use this and that and these. This is your environment. So is this. You love it, live for it, but it will turn this into that. This is the Flambeau Z-Rust Max Tough Tainer series. These are fully infused with exclusive Z-Rust VCI anti-corrosion technology. This is a U.S. naval battleship. The same Z-Rust technology used here has been used on those to protect advanced weapon systems from corrosion in conditions like these. For the fish.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Ike Live. I hope you're having a wonderful Sunday. I know we are. Man, we've had a great show thus far. Corey and Dana from Tackle Warehouse joining us live in studio today. What an amazing deal. Also, little change of scenery, Pete, but we made a change from Mark Menendez to Jared Lintner, and it was great. It was awesome having Jared here. And here's the thing. Brian Carpenter, we'll get Mark Menendez on. We'll put that as – because I definitely want to get him on a full show. We'll get him back when he's home. Yeah, thanks, Riz.
And we can advertise the show. We can advertise the show with your impression of him that you did earlier.
Spot on. Yeah, it wasn't very good. It wasn't very good.
Spot on.
It was spot on, yeah. But it's been an awesome show. Want to thank you for watching tonight. Let me remind you, if you're watching over on social media, like and share the feed. I don't even think we have a Facebook feed tonight, but
screw Facebook.
Screw Facebook. All right, forget
YouTube,
about
you said,
that.
right? YouTube, right?
Yeah, like and share it, and maybe we'll give it to you.
Now we're gonna give somebody on YouTube that Ike Live gift bag tonight. Guys on YouTube, let's see some comments. Say something good. Make fun of us.
Yeah, make fun of us on YouTube, and you get a chance to win that bag.
Yeah.
Also,
But
Brian Carpenter.
But if I don't like it,
right,
it's your ass.
Right. Also, Pete, I want to tell you this. We are doing a trivia question tonight.
Yep.
And we are giving away a
6-month Mystery Tackle Box subscription.
Yes.
Whoa.
6 months.
Wow.
6 months.
That's very
big.
cool.
And we're going to do that at the very end. So if you're watching, hang in there. Gives you motivation to hang in there to the very end. Also, we're doing I noticed we had a little tin cup.
Yes.
Tin cup shot poured here.
You want one,
I
Corey?
don't see a shot.
Hold on.
Oh, wait, hold on a second. We're going to wait. We're going to wait for Corey to get a shot here.
We enter the contest too, or this 6-month deal, or what's
No. And contestant.
I don't know the answer yet.
Maybe.
You do.
Oh, you do?
I do. Oh, yeah.
All right.
Okay. Uh-oh.
Participants in here in
apologize,
studio
by the
Tonight
way,
Show
dude.
are not eligible.
For what?
For the
Out of your hands.
yeah. No, can't give it away.
All right. First of all, want to do a toast real quick. You're drinking a little tin cup here.
10 year, baby.
First of all, want to thank you guys for being supporters of the show and being friends.
Yeah.
Being friends of us. Honestly, that's important because, dude, the industry is loaded with these weird, unpersonal relationships, and this means a lot that you guys are our friends. So thank you.
Agreed.
Cheers to you.
Cheers.
Tack Warehouse.
And
Yes.
free shipping.
And free shipping. Yes, we love the free shipping.
And your discount.
Oh.
Yeah,
Hey
shout
now.
out to that discount.
Hey now. Hey now. Hey now.
On with that.
Hey now. Hey now. Hey now. Hey now. Hey now. Okay. What did I do with my hold on. Where'd my paperwork go? I gotta find my paperwork.
All papers?
Where'd my
So you know what's
paperwork
great
go?
about this show and our relationship
Is
with
that my
Tin Cup
paperwork?
Whiskey is we actually drink it.
No, that's not it. No, that's not it.
Damn
What-
right we do.
Bathroom bucket.
What are you suggesting, Rich? Other shows don't drink the liquor which they are sponsored by?
I'm not
It's a
saying
bathroom.
something.
Chicken dinner.
Really good.
Okay.
Holy ruckus.
Sound like you were saying something.
I know. This is the highlight of the show for me tonight, Pete. And
I'm kind of scared.
I'm very, very excited.
I'm worried it might be the low light for me.
No,
and Corey.
I'm very excited. I'm very
Daniel.
excited tonight because this is a game. And Brian Carpenter, if you remember, crack, a lot of the old Ike Live shows we would do games
Yeah.
and these silly things back when it was in the old studio.
Yeah.
And there was something fun about
We
that.
were young and precocious and full of wonderment.
Yeah, and we didn't know,
man?
really kind of didn't know what we were doing. We used to dress in
Costumes.
costume a lot, Pete. You
Yeah.
remember that? We put you in a costume every week.
I love that.
Yeah, yeah. I miss those days and the games, especially the games.
Remember when we
and the
dressed
fun.
Pete up like mashed potatoes?
Yeah, mashed potatoes. That was a great costume, Pete. Mashed potatoes.
Yeah,
but
that was fun.
For those of you that have watched from day one, we're bringing it back tonight, especially for you.
Potato
And tonight we have the Ike Live Jeopardy!
Jeopardy.
Here in the
Here
house
we go.
tonight. All right, now, Brian, this is where I need the theme song.
Oh, I'm feeling it now.
Let it play out. Let it play out.
High tech.
Can you play this and not get in trouble?
This does feel like an
Probably
old
not.
Ike
No.
Live show a little bit.
No, they can't play this. A lawsuit is pending.
Lawsuit.
Where's
Well, we're
Trebek?
not on-
I thought Trebek had a mustache.
Hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
It's a hell of a
We should have done a
mustache.
reveal.
Oh my God.
Is this Alex Trebek
He's
that
trying
we're about to
find
see?
He's going to be
the
Allie
bottom of
Trebek.
his merkin.
Allie?
We're gonna figure it out here.
There it is. All right.
Oh God.
All right, Merc.
Wow. Hold on. Let's get
Yeah,
a close-up.
He had a spectacular mustache.
That's beautiful.
All
Look.
right. Go ahead.
I am Alex Trebek. Welcome to a new Ike Live Jeopardy. Playing tonight, we have 3 amazing contestants. The first one joining us all the way from California, the brother of Sean Connery, Corey Connery. Everyone.
Thank you. I can't do a shot. impersonation.
Come on.
You gotta give me a heads up. For when
Corey
Corey
Connery.
Connery.
Also,
You gotta do the
also joining us all the way from the West Coast, the brother of Burt Reynolds, Daniel Reynolds.
Give me
Daniel.
one of these.
Yeah.
Daniel's getting his mustache. Daniel Reynolds. Daniel?
Fantastic.
And last but not least, from the lowly town of Mount Laurel, New Jersey, Pete's favorite Wawa. Pete.
It's good to be here, Alex.
You gotta work.
Okay. All
I had
right.
it upside down.
All right. You guys know the rules of Jeopardy.
Sure.
We're going to give you categories, and we're going to have you select categories. And since Pete's favorite Wawa is the higher in points, Pete, you get the choice of categories. We're starting tonight's show. Pete, you have positive $69.
All right.
You're in the lead.
Yes. Corey Connery, negative $69.
Suck it, Trebek.
And Daniel Reynolds, negative $2,733.
Damn it.
Now, how did we're jumping in the middle of the game here? We already have
From yesterday's
values.
show.
Yesterday's.
Okay.
The categories are top selling baits of all time, tournament facts, Ike Live trivia, name that fishery, and last but not least, all about tennis.
This is rigged.
Pete's favorite Wawa. The choice is yours.
All about tennis.
All about tennis. Okay. All about tennis for $100. And by the way, guys, here's how we're going to work this. Since Brian the Carpenter sucks as a producer, we don't have the clickers.
Well, what clickers?
Well, we need a clicker to see who answers first. We're going to do a...
Mike just came back for 1 second.
Yeah.
He literally told me about this like an hour before the show. As I was driving your guest home from fishing.
The way we're going to do this is a show of hands.
Piece of crap, you.
And Rizzo, you're going to be our official judge.
I got my buzzer ready.
You have a buzzer? All right. Fart noise or show
I got a
of
fish
hands.
whistle.
All right, that'll work.
Fish whistle. There you go.
Daniel Reynolds, do you have a way to signal? Do we have our little fart machine up there? Where's our fart machine? Top drawer.
Pass it over.
Give that one to Daniel Reynolds. We got our fart machine. There, I heard it.
I think it's in Vegas's Easter egg basket.
Okay.
There it is.
There it goes. All right. This will signify who answers first. Okay. Rizzo, your job is to... Your job...
Wait, we got 2 fart noises?
Yeah, it doesn't... It's a noise.
Mine is...
That's a tight fart. That's a large, wet fart. And
Pete, let's hear
Pete's
your
a
fart.
whistle.
Silent but deadly.
A silent whistle. All right, Rizzo, you have to. You are the judge of who chimes in first. All right, tennis for $100. Rizzo, you also have to keep score. Tennis for $100. Yellow tennis balls were used for the first time in Wimbledon. In what year?
1959.
That is false.
1959 is wrong. You're now negative
160.
Don't worry about it. We got the score.
160.
We got the score.
Okay. Yellow tennis balls were used for the first time in Wimbledon in what year? And remember, guys.
Mike, did you give me the answers on this sheet?
Yeah. Remember, you have to state it as a question.
Oh, shit.
1936.
Where's the answer?
1956. 1986 or 2000. Pete.
What is 1936?
Incorrect.
56.
Incorrect.
What was it?
All you were wrong.
1986.
Yellow tennis balls were used at Wimbledon for the first time in 1986.
Are you serious?
Wow.
What is this?
What color were they before?
I don't have no idea.
Blue. They were blue.
Okay.
Were
They're pink.
Yeah, blue balls.
Tennis for $200.
Should have got that.
The fastest server in women's tennis history is Pete.
Serena Williams.
Serena Williams is correct.
I don't see that as an option, Mike. I see Serbia Williams.
No, Serbia Williams is correct.
Serbia Williams.
Pete, you won $200. Okay.
All right.
Tennis for $300. What famous tennis court is the only one that is still played on grass?
That is
Flushing
Wimbledon.
Meadows.
What is Wimbledon?
What is Flushing Meadows?
Daniel, what did you say?
I see Pete.
What is Flushing Meadows?
Flushing
Hold
Meadows.
on a second.
No.
Flushing Meadows is incorrect.
To Mr. Gluzak.
I blew my whistle. What is Wimbledon?
Wimbledon is correct. Oh my God!
Rigged.
Whoa, Pete! You really
I'm gonna
are
run
in his head.
I'm going to run this category, Trebek.
$300 for Pete. Write this down. Okay.
Come on.
One way to fix it.
Tennis for $400. The modern game of tennis originates from early Roman times, 12th century France, Slavic countryside in the 1890s, or Pete's sophomore year at Rutgers?
I got Gluzek.
All right, Pete.
I don't know. Early Roman times.
Incorrect.
France.
No.
Daniel?
No.
12th century France is correct.
Or 400.
He didn't phrase it as a question.
What
so
is
it's incorrect?
What is the French deal
What
that
is
you
12th
said?
century France?
What is France?
Yes. Yes, Daniel Reynolds.
So I'm negative how much now?
Well, you're up 400. It's up 400 from
Negative
wherever you were.
You're on your way. Okay.
Oh god.
All right, Daniel. Since you were the winner of that last question, you get to pick the next category here at Jeopardy. Top selling baits of all times, tournament facts, Ike Live trivia, or the fan favorite, name that fishery.
Is your mic on?
I think it is.
Let's
Yeah, it
do.
is.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's do name that fishery.
Name that fishery for $100. This.
This is where I go to that second mic setting.
Hold on.
We need to get
Quiet
that.
on the set. This body of water played host to the first ever Bassmaster Classic.
Oh god.
Pete?
What is Lake Mead?
Lake Mead is correct. Lake Mead is correct. $100 for Pete.
He's got the quick button.
Okay. Name that fishery for $200. This river accounted for the lowest winning weight ever in a top.
Sabine. What is Sabine?
Who got that?
I
kind of jumped on that.
Yeah,
that was
he-
probably
he-
an illegal.
I would say Daniel.
Hey, these guys are gonna mess me up on these, so I had to go.
Okay.
I had to be aggressive.
And Daniel's is Sabine is
false.
Incorrect.
Then we got a Gluzek.
Pete,
What is the Ohio River?
the Ohio River is correct.
Oh.
Lower than
crap.
Pittsburgh, huh?
Lower than Pittsburgh.
Wow.
Pittsburgh was the lowest classic winning weight.
Okay.
Yes. Wow. Okay,
They
Pete.
said classic. No?
Where was that? Oh, where on the Ohio River was that?
It
George
don't matter.
George Cochran.
George Cochran was correct.
Yeah.
This.
There's a low weight. We ain't going.
All right. Name that fishery for 300. This famous lake has had many ups and downs over the years and has spawned wins from West Coast tournaments like Ish Monroe, Gary Klein, and Skeet Reese.
I got a fart noise.
What is the California Delta?
California Delta is incorrect.
Ooh.
Corey.
Is it?
Gluzek.
What? Did you blow?
I just did, but I'll take it.
All
What
right.
is Clear Lake?
Clear Lake is incorrect.
Wow.
Okay, Daniel, let me restate the whole question. This famous lake has had many ups and downs and has spawned wins for West Coast tournament anglers like Ish Monroe, Gary Klein, and most recently, Skeet Reese.
You're slick.
What lake is this? Clear Lake, California Delta, Lake Okeechobee, or Lake Mead?
Lake Mead. What is Lake Mead?
What is Lake Mead is incorrect.
Come on.
It's
You got to listen
Lake-
to the question.
It's Lake Okeechobee.
Wait.
Yes.
You said
Listen to the
West
question.
Coast Lake.
You dirty.
Lake Okeechobee.
This famous lake has had many ups and downs over the years
Ups
and
and
has
downs.
spawned wins from West Coast tournaments pros like Ish Monroe.
Okay.
West
So
Coast
I
anglers.
got thrown
That's-
off on the west.
That is, dude, that's like putting the important stuff in the fine print right there.
By the way, got to use our boat.
Okay. All right. Last question. Name that famous fishery. Here you go. Scott Campbell caught a 13-pound, 2-ounce bass during an elite event on this famous fishery.
What is Lake Falcon?
Lake Falcon's correct!
Wow.
Oh!
Corey, you win the whole thing.
Corey! Wow.
For
That was a good one.
That's $400. So you were negative, let me see. He's getting back in the
He was negative 69.
Negative 69.
No, Pete was negative 69.
Pete was plus 69.
Yeah, Pete's plus 69. So you're back.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean,
okay,
You're
Corey.
in the green column.
Okay. Corey Connery, since you won that
best-selling lures.
That last one. Top selling baits?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
That's crap.
Here it goes.
Let's look at Pete. Come
Oh,
on,
no,
Pete.
This
Current,
is
not from like 1945.
Look at Pete's favorite
Yeah.
Wawa. He knows he's spent right here.
You got tennis. Come on.
All right. Top selling baits of all time. This. Hold on. This. Hold on. This. So,
Today, Trebek.
all right, hold on. This. Soft. Did you blow your whistle already?
I did.
This.
Senko. What is Senko?
Incorrect.
Good swing.
Incorrect. Pete's gone. This soft bait was predecessor to the soft stick bait, aka Senko.
Damn it, Pete.
This bait was predecessor.
Damn it.
To the
I know
Senko.
it.
Of course
Can
you
I
did.
answer again?
No.
Ready? Man's jelly worm, big bite cane stick,
What?
the Burke lure Snatrix, or the Herb Reed finesse fish.
The Herb Reed. What is a Herb Reed finesse fish?
Correct. Corey for $100.
I would like to protest. He never rang in with his fart noise.
I heard it. No, I heard it. It was loud.
One more volume.
All right.
I think he's just pressing his phone, but he's really doing the sounds live.
Top selling baits of all time for $200. After Randy Howell after Randy Howell's win at the Bassmaster Classic, this bait sold out from Tackle Warehouse in exactly 3 hours and 45 minutes. Corey?
Come on, I was
DT6
first.
Red Demon.
Oh, correct!
Whoa.
What is the Rapala Demon DT6? Correct from Corey.
I was whistling
Corey
before the
Connery.
question was out of your mouth, Trebek.
Correct. We didn't hear
Your
the
whistle's
whistle.
not loud enough.
We didn't hear the whistle.
That's crap.
You need a fart machine.
By the way, the other answers were Blakemore Roadrunner, Livingston Lure Howler, or Shitty Senko. Were the other answers.
Shitty Senko.
Shut the suck off.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Top selling baits of all time for $300. The plastic worm has probably caught more fish
Probably.
than any other bait ever invented. What plastic worm is the top seller at Tackle Warehouse? Daniel? I think
bullshit.
Daniel on that one. I think Daniel.
Straight
Daniel?
tail robo. What is straight tail robo worm?
What is
Do we need colors? Or
what is
just
no? What is straight tail robo is correct. Correct.
I want to
Daniel.
replay on the buzzer. I want to judge on that.
For $300. This was a tough one. The other answers were Berkeley Power Worm, Z-Man TRD, or Trick Worm. All top sellers.
What was
Tackle
Senko
Warehouse.
in there?
Regular plastic worm. Regular plastic worm. Senko stuffed stick bait. Okay.
Yeah, this is weird, Trebek.
Top selling baits
Next
of all
one.
time for $400. This bait, invented by Ron Davis of Greenwood, South Carolina,
Ron Howard.
has went on to sell in the millions. And has resulted in multiple tournament winnings since that time?
Brian Thrift.
What is here are the
He's
selections.
dialed.
Whopper Plopper,
He's ready to go.
Come on, Pete.
Gulp, Chatterbait,
Pete,
or
I got the fart noise.
What is the chatterbait?
Ron Davis of Greenwood, South Carolina, invented the chatterbait.
Yeah,
Correct.
Nice.
Correct.
Come on,
Good
Pete.
play.
I was going to guess it right away. But
Good
I was
man.
scared.
We've had Brian Thrift on telling that story.
Yes. Yes. Ron Davis.
Pete's,
okay.
Pete's shook right now.
Pete shook because he had the early lead, and Corey's catching him now. All right.
My button's not working.
That's what she said.
Oh, Jared's feeding me answers.
All right.
Oh, Jared's.
All right, Jared, keep him coming.
He's still watching. That's awesome.
Mark Menendez is too, but I won't get him till tomorrow.
Shout out to Texas.
He's in Texas.
All right, Corey, the last remaining. This is you got a chance to catch up now.
Okay, all right.
The last remaining categories: tournament facts or Ike Live trivia. Tournament facts, Ike Live trivia.
Or Ike Live bullshit.
I think the Ike Live bullshit would be better for Pete, so I'm going to pick tournament trivia.
Okay,
I mean,
tournament trivia.
Come on, Pete.
Tournament facts and trivia.
he still got me here, I think.
Come on.
Okay, for $100, he was the youngest angler ever to win the Bassmaster Classic.
I got Pete on that one.
Stanley Mitchell.
The choices were Bobby Murray, Brian Kerschel, Jordan Lee, or Stanley Mitchell. Pete is correct. Stanley Mitchell. And
Right.
at 23 years old, if I'm correct, Pete. Is that right?
I don't know. Was he that old? No, I don't.
20
was he a
something.
I thought he was a teenager.
No, he's 20. Okay. Stanley Mitchell is correct. For $200 under tournament facts. This angler was the only angler in tournament.
Your mustache sucks, Trebek.
This angler was the only angler in tournament history to pawn his Bassmaster Classic ring and trophy. Oh,
Pawn. Oh, shit.
Pete.
Who was Bob?
Time's up. Can we have the questions, please?
Yeah.
Time's up.
Disqualified.
I can't get his last name right now.
Disqualified. He was the only angler in and fishing history to pawn his classic ring
know it
and
now.
trophy. Stanley Mitchell, Rayo Beckenridge,
Mike Iaconelli.
Jack Chancellor, or Robert Hamilton.
Who is Robert Hamilton?
Yeah.
Correct.
Oh.
Who is Robert Bob Hamilton?
Yeah.
Go and review it.
Sorry,
on-
Peter.
He's right on your heels. He's
Go
right
and-
on your heels. By my calculations, you're only up 100 now.
For those of you watching and listening, go and review who is Bob on 21 Feet Deep on Bass Zone for that great.
So then,
story.
I got a protest. I should get that answer. Who is Bob? Is the name of the show? For crying out loud.
Incorrect.
Was his name Bob?
What about Bob?
Robert.
Bob Soley.
What about Bob?
Hey, Bobby.
Hey, Bobby.
Tournament facts
Nicely
for
done.
300.
Come on.
Roland Martin.
Sorry.
Oh, he does like farts.
Squeezed out.
I
Makes
leaked.
sense. Roland Martin is an icon of professional bass fishing with 19 top-level tour wins. Where did his latest win come from before he retired? Lake Okeechobee, Douglas Lake in Tennessee, Lake Champlain. Corey?
What is Lake
Come
Champlain?
on.
Lake Champlain is incorrect.
Oh, Pete.
Lake Champlain or
Blues X.
Oh, Pete?
Whatever you say next.
No.
That's my answer.
Incorrect.
What is Douglas?
What is Douglas? Is incorrect. Or the Connecticut River.
That was the last one.
What is the Connecticut
Connecticut River is correct, but you guys are disqualified. No one gets 300 for that one.
Shit.
All right.
I got to protest again.
Tournament.
Come on.
Tournament facts for 400. This angler was famously disqualified
Mike Iaconelli.
from a tournament after doing donuts around Boyd Duckett. Pete?
Around Boyd Duckett?
No.
This angler was famously disqualified for doing donuts around Boyd Duckett's boat.
I only know one that was disqualified for that, and that's who is David Dudley.
David Dudley's incorrect. For my other two
Dudley did
competitors,
donuts?
this angler was famously disqualified from a tournament after doing donuts around Boyd Duckett's boat. Chris Zaldane?
Nope.
Kyle Fox?
Sounds right.
Kevin Langle?
Bam.
Or Carl Jacobson?
Who is Carl Jacobson, mate?
Incorrect.
Come on.
Who is Carl Jacobson?
Who is
Incorrect.
Kevin Langman.
Kevin
Or
Landrel?
Lander, whoever.
Kevin Landrel is
Kev.
correct.
Kev.
Daniel for 400.
Wow.
I never heard this story.
Daniel just made a charge into the lead with that. Daniel's sneaky. He got 2 400s in this game.
Wow.
Right now.
Hundos.
Wow.
All right.
I dispute the
But I
signal
was minus
calling, the
2,000 at the
scorekeeping.
start.
So how is he in the lead?
Well, I don't know.
The sun comes up, the sun goes down.
You guys are all within 100 of each
Jersey
other
math
right
skills at its best.
Here it goes. All right.
Shout out to Tin Cup.
All right.
Little bit
So,
of this.
last but not least, we have Ike Live Trivia for the win, guys. Ike Live Trivia. I know all of you guys have been a fan from the show from day one, so here it goes.
Come on.
The first
I want to be a
official,
part of this.
the first official Ike Live guest ever was Brandon Pete.
Gluzak.
Who is Trent Cole?
Trent Cole's correct.
Wait, what? Wait, no, hold on.
Text it to me, B.
What? Is
No.
that not correct?
Text
Hell
it to
no,
me.
it ain't
Hold on a
correct.
second. I have.
Hell no.
Let me give you the list. Brandon Polinick,
Wait, what guests you talk about?
first official Ike Live guest ever. Brandon Polinick, Ed Bassmaster, Jerry McInnes, or Trent Cole.
First of all, Ed Bassmaster was on the very first show in studio. So if you're going to go in studio, it would be Ed Bassmaster. But if you're going to go first guest, it's fucking Randy Howe.
You should have
What
texted
is
me.
Randy Howe?
Who is Randy Howe?
I already got it.
All right, nobody wins that one.
Who is? None of those were the
Brian wins
answers.
that.
Round of applause, everybody. People on YouTube, stand up.
Yeah, people on
You
YouTube.
get this.
Brian has 100.
Brian donates his points to me.
Ed Bassmasters was a co-host. Trent Cole's the answer,
I
dude.
thought it was Trent Cole.
Trent
You
Cole
know.
was like show 3 or 4.
Okay.
Randy Howe was like the second show. The very first show, we had no guests. We had Mark Jeffries in studio.
Yeah.
We had Ed Bass come in, piss Mark off.
Yeah.
Second,
Yeah,
and then you went to
well,
the Classic. You came back to the Classic. We did the second show. Randy Howe came on and completely took the whole show hostage.
That's
We
right.
didn't know how the hell to handle
I
it. He
remember
just kept
that.
talking
Yeah.
and talking, and
I
we just
remember
stood there.
Yeah.
We were glazed over.
Riz,
blocked it
blah,
out.
blah, 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 blah. Give me the points.
All right. Nobody gets
Answer Randy Howe, bro.
Suck it, Pete.
All right.
That's a wash.
All right. Ike Live Trivia
I got that.
for 200.
I'm in the lead.
Ike Live has had many Halloween specials over the years. Which one of the following was not portrayed by the crew? Anchorman? Famous wrestlers? Star Wars? Or the Brady Bunch?
Who is the Brady Bunch? What is the Brady Bunch?
No.
Correct. Who is the Brady Bunch is correct.
The correct answer is always the fourth one, Mike. Did you notice that you did that?
He did third answer on the last one.
That's not true.
The last one was wrong.
True.
That one is true.
You are correct.
All right.
I am.
I have Corey.
We have a tie.
You are correct.
We have a two-way tie.
Corey and
Corey
Pete.
and Daniel.
Oh, Corey and Daniel. Two-way tie. Pete's back by 100.
Suck it, Pete.
This next question's
Ike
huge.
Live trivia for 300. Pete, this is your chance. This Ike Live guest was famously given a polygraph test by Stormtrooper.
Gluzak.
Pete?
Jacob, who is Jacob Wheeler?
The potential answers were Boyd Duckett, Dustin Connell, Adrian Avina, and Jacob Wheeler. And Pete, you are correct. Jacob Wheeler.
What does that put him at?
I think Pete's up by 100 or is it 200?
200. He's
Pete's up by 2.
Damn,
But here's the good news. Here's the good news, guys. The last question in this dumb game is $400. So if you guys get it,
we can
win.
surpass.
You
What
can
do we
win.
win?
Or Pete, you could blow it away if you get it.
Basically,
Vegas
whoever
has
gets it
the odds
wins.
at negative 350 on Corey and Daniel.
Wow.
Whoa.
Is it a loaded question?
Here it goes.
Schmegus odds.
And for the win,
Text me the answer. Here.
Dave Braz, a.k.a. Brodzik, a.k.a. Fathead, has created many amazing characters over the years. Which of the following was not a Dave Brodzik character? Stormtrooper? Brian's Ghost? The Garden Guru? Or Hudley Crockett?
Who's Hudley Crockett?
Hudley Crockett's incorrect!
Gluzak.
Gluzak?
Garden Guru.
The Garden Guru is correct! And we have a winner!
Rigged.
Give us the theme song, Brian.
Don't play that theme song. Don't play it.
Damn it, Pete. You gotta come here to collect your prize, which is a full bottle of Captain Morgan.
Just to reinforce this, Stormtrooper, Hudley Crockett, and Brian's Ghost are all Dave Brodzik.
Was it really Hudley Crockett? I just pulled that in my head.
Hudley Crockett is a Dave Brodzik character.
Who was
Guru
Hudley
is-
Crockett? I didn't remember Hudley Crockett.
Hudley Crockett. Hudley Crockett. Pete, congratulations! You
Pete,
are a
well
winner
done, buddy.
of the first Ike Live Jeopardy ever. And you do win, Captain Morgan.
I think we should do this every show.
Yes.
This is every show. It's good.
Brian, how was that one? Most of them were terrible. How was that one?
great.
That was good.
Great
Hey.
content.
Play the outro music.
We got like stuff we're
Keep
supposed to do.
We still
Keep
have-
the mustache.
All right. That was awesome. Brian the Carpenter, we've got a couple things here left.
you got some wig fur
So
on your
I-
mouth.
What are you doing down there?
Merkin on my face.
What's up, Merk?
Oh God. Around me. Get rid of it.
That was fun.
Dude, what a fun show! What a fun time. We've had a great show tonight. Amazing. We got a few.
Amazing.
Squatch Hunter says that every time we say Boyd Duckett on the show, we should have to take a shot. Brian's like, yeah, no problem. Let me get caught.
Brian's saying right.
Few
Just
housekeeping
give us another
things to
reason.
Catch up with Brian. What do we got?
Shot.
Shot. Okay.
I'll
thought we
take
took a
one with
shot.
you
I thought we
guys.
took a shot. Mine's empty.
This tin cup's really good.
All right. First one is Brian. You want to lay the trivia question out there? And
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, thank you.
For everybody watching.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Daniel Reynolds.
Corey? I got you.
Corey Connery. Thank you.
We need the
Thank you
bait,
for playing.
the size, and the color.
Ooh, this is for 6 months to
that it?
MTB
Hold on.
here.
Hold on. This question is for 6 months free. For
What
Mr.
is-
Tacklebox. Brian?
Where the hell's that echo coming
I don't
from?
know. Brian?
6 months. Yeah, that's right. 6 months free. What bait, size of the bait, length, weight, whatever, and color did Corey gets sawed off by a massive muskie.
Massive.
That previously belonged to me before the day started.
Oh.
Today.
Okay.
I'll get you 2.
All right.
2 for 1.
Big kinds.
I know a place.
Ate it head first.
All right, there's the question,
right?
fellas.
Who the hell knows?
What bait did Corey get sawed off on by a giant muskie today on the knock?
Yes.
Best part is we
we
thought we
don't
found
say
it.
that word.
All right, first one to get it right wins
I'll give it a
6
little-
free months.
No hints.
No hints.
Yeah, if
Ooh, we got an unboxing too.
All right.
This is an elite
While
box.
we're waiting for the answer, we are going to do
And
a
if they paid
mystery.
attention to social media, maybe.
Yeah.
We're going to do
no hints.
we're going to do a mystery tackle box elite elite box green
Elitist.
box unboxing, and ironically, I'm going to pull a bait. I'm going to pass it down to Corey and Daniel. Just pull any bait that catches your eye, and then we're going to Pete. You've got yours, and then we're going to pass.
I got
it
a
over
pro.
to
I got a
Rico.
pro box, but I'm going to do it too.
All right, and I'm going to start while the other guys are digging in their
Britches.
boxes there. And I grabbed a live target. Brian the Carpenter, look at this.
I can't.
Live target shiner. And I got to be honest with you, Pete, I'll call you to the plate on this one. The live target stuff, I've always been semi-skeptical about. You know what I mean? They've had birds and they've had all kinds of weird stuff. But this is the live target shiner, and it looks pretty cool. So I need to open it. This isn't one that you could tell by looking at it, right? And here you go, Pete. Look at that, Corey. It's a soft plastic, like a soft frog bait, but it's a shiner body, elongated shiner body, but it's a hollow-bodied frog. Look at that, Riz. It seems semi-weedless. I see a belly weight on it. I could see this working in places with shad or herring. It's pretty collapsible. I like
What's it like? Walk the dog, or does it like buzz like a toad? I can't see.
It says, let's see.
Get in tight here.
I'll get that to Brian the Carpenter here in a second.
Oh.
I'm busy.
It says it's a surface bait that has a subtle side-to-side walk, Pete. You're right.
Okay.
You're correct. And it's got a shad and shiner profile and look to it. So there you have it. Live target shiner. Okay, Corey, what do you have? You find something
I've got
there?
the Randy Howe Livingston. Oh, sorry.
Wow. Is that really?
Yeah.
Oh
That's who you're throwing. Right?
Is that the Howler?
The DT Demon. That's right. Oh, Livingston. Yeah.
It's a Howler.
Howler.
It's a Randy Howler.
No.
Wow.
I've got the Janko CD7 medium diving crank.
Okay.
I think it's good for right now out here. You know, pre-spawn, cool looking bait. That the pre-spawn, one of the most popular colors you probably can't get in most baits right now.
Red bait.
The red bait.
Looks like about a 6 or an 8 footer.
Yeah, 6 or an 8 footer, probably 600 to 400 feet. But most importantly, it's got the VMC hooks on it.
VMC hooks on that bait. Very nice.
But big
Like
fan of crank
approved?
in the pre-spawn right now. It's a cool little crank.
Good
Haven't
color.
seen these. Yeah.
California Delta color.
Shout out to Randy Howe.
Yeah, shout out to Randy Howe. Daniel, what'd you pull out?
I've got the Yozuri knuckle bait.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Brian the Carpenter. Look at that.
It's a moose knuckle.
You guys know about this one?
A hybrid. What would you call that? A hybrid spinner bait.
Yeah, kind of a spinner bait, but it's got this little ball that kind of gives it an erratic action. It's let's
There's
see.
a video on Tackle on there on the product page.
I'm trying to read the description of this, but it's all in Japanese, so
Hey.
I have to have a translator.
Hey.
Okay.
Hey. All right. I like that Yozori. And once again, Pete Glusick, you know this. I always tout the boxes. One of the things I talk about is putting baits in your hand that you might not normally buy on your own, right? Like when you want to buy something, you go to Tackle Warehouse and you order what you need, what you use, right?
And they got it.
And they have it. But the nice thing about this MTB box is I might never ever buy that thing. It's kind of weird.
Expand your
even
horizons.
That, you know, I might not buy a Janko.
Right.
But it expands your horizons. Same thing with this little shad, live target shad.
What is
Yeah.
it?
Live target.
Is that a top water?
It's a hollow body frog, like kind of cool. All right, Pete, let's go to you. What do you got, Pete?
Man, I'm
great,
working
Pete.
on mine. I'm doing a dual deal. Look at this.
Oh wow.
It looks like it's a jig.
That looks boring.
What is
It's
it?
I got the bump cap. It's a screw lock jig head.
What'd you put on there?
I put on a plasma
Black
tail.
Seiko 5-inch.
This is a plasma tail.
Nice.
I in order to insert it on the jig head, I had to take off my black Senko.
Nice.
Keep stroking that.
Who makes that? Who makes the plasma tits?
Biospawn.
Oh.
Pete, is it true that your
Biospawn
obsession with the
plasma
Black Seiko started in Alabama back in the day when you micro traveling?
No, it's not true.
Did you say micro traveling?
Micro.
I never heard of micro. It's like little. It's like going to the store.
It's like living off the grid.
Yeah.
You're micro traveling. You're off the
You're
grid.
just going to the mailbox.
Yeah. I like
Are we
that,
through?
Pete.
Are we through?
Yeah, I like that.
No,
Sorry, no.
no. It just honestly, Reaction Innovations had an amazing screw lock jig head that Andre doesn't make anymore, and it's very difficult to find a good replacement for it. But this one looks interesting.
Yeah. Andre's not worried about making any of that money or anything. He's got his own problems.
What do you mean? What's his problem?
I don't know. His wife. Riz, what do you got?
I got a live target, yearling Alevin, and if you see, there's a picture back there. It's 3 steps: bait ball, fish sees bait ball, and they eat the bait ball. So, I mean that's all there is to it. And what I love
that easy.
What I love about this jerkbait is that it has a lot of eyes on it, and fish. I feel like when there's eyes, they get some flash there.
Yeah.
They key in on that, and we've been dealing with some cold front conditions. I need to slow things down. I'm going with a live target jerkbait. I mean, why would I eat one bait when I can eat 10 baits?
Right.
That's what a fish thinks.
It's like an A-rig and a jerkbait.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
A-rig jerk bait.
Exactly.
Combined.
It's the cheat code.
There you go.
Up,
Nice
up, down, down, left, right, A-B selector.
Nice one. Nice one, Rizzo. Brian the Carpenter, what do you got?
I got some soft plastics.
All right.
Ooh.
Yeah, that Excite. Where the fuck? That thing's dope, dude.
What is that?
It's just a crawl. Excite baits.
It's not
Raptor
just a
tail. Chunk.
What? Let me
Throw
see
it this
one of
way.
those.
Yeah, it's not just a crawl. Here, my shoulder's shot. You
Does
throw it.
Sniff it. Does it smell good?
Yeah, dude. It's actually pretty.
Oh, let me see that thing.
I
What
bet
is
you
that?
that thing's.
Oh, yeah, these are cool. We've got these, yeah.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Oh yeah,
That's
that
good
would
look-
go
looks
perfect
good.
on the micro jig
Yeah,
or the
that's a good.
mini jig,
Mini
right?
flip.
Mini flip.
Big up mini flip trailer.
That's a good trailer.
Looks good.
Should we take this?
Yeah, Mike.
I do too.
Oh.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Let's. Pete,
I'm
real
not done
quick.
talking.
Hey, hey,
I'm
hey.
not done talking
sorry.
there, guy.
Oh, sorry,
you know.
Brian.
You say, hey,
Oh, I thought we already did that
All
one.
right.
Oh, we did this?
What? I thought we already did that part.
Which one is it? Oh, we're doing it again.
Oh, we did the horse head thing?
No,
Oh,
the shot.
horse head. No, the horse head was one of the baits that I had in the trivia.
Oh.
Which
Ooh,
of the following
is
Randy
that that
Howard-
little-
Well, that
Ooh.
was
Spin
also
thing?
in the box.
Ooh.
We got a
kinda
wiener?
Oh my gosh, so close.
So close.
So close, but not the
Oh.
right size.
I was,
All right.
that's what I was going to say. They got the size
While
right.
we're waiting for the winning answer to come in, I want to
Go big.
I want to do a toast
Er.
to our guest that came on tonight, Jared Lintner,
Our guest that didn't come on.
Mark Menendez.
Mark.
Shout out to
Yeah,
Mark,
we
great
missed him.
guy.
Shout out to Mark. There was a flash, and last but not least, our in-studio guest, Corey and Dan.
Oh, my
once
God.
again.
Hell
yes.
yeah.
Yes. Cheers, guys.
Here,
There
guys.
it is.
This is
Good
the
times, guys.
first time we haven't been in like a costume because the last two,
I
or the
know.
last 3 were Christmas and 2 Halloween
It
ones.
feels good.
So we
not
were
to be in
always
a
like,
costume.
yeah,
It's
this is
hot.
like-
I will not want to be in costume right now.
Cheers, guys. Thank
It
you.
is
Cheers,
warm.
guys.
Pete, cheers.
Pete,
Here.
Pete, how
Cheers.
bad?
God,
did-
that's good.
Pete, how bad did you hate coming in studio every week and us making you put a costume on?
Mashed
Remember that?
potato Pete.
Remember that?
Dude,
it was like
I'm
every
like-
week there was a costume.
I'm so paranoid. I'm like over preparing for every guest. I'm reading everything that every guest ever had written or been on video, and I'm like, oh my God, we got Byron Velvick on. He's been on the back. You know, what are we gonna ask him? What are we gonna talk about? Now, I got all my notes, and I walk into the basement, and Becky has a wig, glasses, and a skirt for me to put on.
Hello, my baby. Hello, my darling.
So, by the way, I think Mark Jeffries might be watching because my name on the chat board just changed from Ike Live crew to BTL crew.
Oh wait, what time is it?
Nice.
Yeah, there might be a time limit on it.
Yeah, we
Maybe
might.
there's a time limit. Yeah.
It's all right.
I don't know.
He said, "Shut it
All
down."
right, so
And we have a winner.
we
by
do
the
have
way.
a winner.
We
got
do.
one?
Yeah.
Let's get
Oh,
it.
we have a winner.
Yeah, we have a winner. It's Mike P. And
Mike
I'm just
P?
gonna go ahead and let Corey, let Corey say what you won it on.
It was a river to sea.
Yes.
Light trout in the 200 size.
That is correct.
S waiver.
S waiver. River to sea S waiver. Sorry.
River to
sea S
sea.
waiver.
Light trout color. Is
Yes,
the
sir.
Answer. And who's our winner? Mike P.
Mike P. Mike P.
And
What
if
happened?
You, if you
Corey-
saw,
Cor-
if you were following Tackle Warehouse's Instagram story today, you also saw that he caught what? Would you get?
Like 5.5 pounders.
before.
Second cast. And
Wow.
we thought it was beyond fire.
That's right.
Wow.
And we
Yeah.
caught a few. It was fun, but
Yeah.
wasn't quite fire.
Yeah.
Nah.
It's like when you pull into a pocket and catch a 4.5 on your first cast.
This was
There
the
we go.
second
What-
cast.
Yeah.
It was a
What's
5.5.
the musky? What's the musky story?
He was pretty stoked.
What
Pretty
happened?
shocked. He was like, "What just?"
Yeah.
He
What's
didn't
that,
believe it.
Pete?
What happened? A muskie ate it off your line?
Yeah, Corey
Like,
Corey
what
targeted it.
happened?
He purposely casted my
I saw a big dark shadow. I'm like,
I had one
And
too. I
he,
had
he
one.
just bit, and I sat and just like nothing. Just
Mike,
I mean, felt nothing.
We saw
Wow.
a giant floater.
Yeah.
Big.
Was it 25 pounds?
He was like, I didn't know shit. Like,
And it
yeah,
definitely
like
didn't
that.
have a bait in his mouth.
No, we checked. I wanted to gut it. I wanted to cut him up in case he choked on it. And
Right.
you know,
Yeah, he had been dead for a minute.
yeah.
A dead muskie?
Yeah.
We at first thought it was
Giant.
the one that ate my bait and had just floated up. Like, oh, cool, we're gonna get it back.
Never like, oh, maybe it's got Mike's bait in his mouth, and I'll
Yeah.
get that.
Yeah, so-
and
so-
never give it back to him.
So Pete, I was at this
Right, we
lake,
don't say the name.
Nakamix,
Lock
Zeta Lake
a
in
flock
Pennsylvania.
of flame.
Nakamaka,
And,
not the lake I was on.
Oh,
When
there
the
it
hell was
goes.
that? It was
Tuesday, Wednesday, it don't matter.
Tuesday, Wednesday, and
It's all in flames now.
I threw a glide bait out there.
It was today anyways.
It's $150 glide bait, and I threw it
Yeah.
out there, and I was, you get mesmerized by watching it. You watch it go like left, right, and you can kick it, and it makes it spin, and just
Yeah.
watch it.
Watch it.
Right.
And I saw a flash, like a figure behind it. And so when
Shadowy
you see
figure.
that, like my instinct is to stop or like kick it so it turns on it, So I saw this and I went, and I kind of kicked it and stopped, and I saw this muskie, like 2-3 foot long, eat it, and I just continued through with the side hook set. I couldn't stop, right? Because my mind is like, I thought it was a giant-
Why would you stop?
Right, I didn't stop.
Got your mind on your
And-
money.
And when I continued through, it was no pressure. Dude, it was like I was fly fishing. It just went.
That's what happened to me today.
Just-
Same thing.
That's the same bullshit
Just
Corey did today.
No pressure, just instant slack. And I saw that muskie and my bait go away. And I never felt it.
So when you work that
Wow.
bait, right, and you just said you stopped it or twitched it or whatever,
Yeah.
don't those baits have a tendency to like kind of almost turn back towards the fish?
If
Yeah,
you
for
give it a
second,
hard
like,
twist,
goes head
they're all
first,
different,
backwards.
Yep.
Like that's whatever will do it, but you got to give it a twitch and kind of feed it a little bit of line, and it will go all the way
Yeah.
back.
So that's what happened. Like they turn back, and then the fish says, "Not in my house."
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
they
when
say,
pissed.
"Get that
And
$125
we
in
saw
my
him
pocket."
jump. We went a little further down, and about 10 feet from where I hooked him, just big old jump. Like, oh, what was that? And he tried to throw it. I don't know if he did. We were hoping he threw it out. and We got it back, but
Dude, if that thing's stuck in its face, it's done.
yeah.
That's a big bait.
Tomorrow, go back and get it back. You can.
I got shit to do.
Nah.
Be working and stuff.
Boo. Grout.
Spackle.
Well, where are you guys heading tomorrow?
This, that, and the third.
All right, so we got 3 days ahead of us. I'm very excited.
Chesapeake Bay, Chesapeake Bay, Chesapeake Bay.
No. No. Look at
With
it
100
doing.
boats.
Look at it doing a local fishery tomorrow, Pete, followed
Yep.
by followed by a northern fishery, followed by a Central Jersey fishery.
All in Jersey, though?
All in Jersey. All in Jersey over 3 days. My
That's
goal is to see 3 completely different scenarios.
And burn them all to the ground.
And burn them all to the ground.
Burn it down.
All right.
I want to.
Thanos.
Tomorrow we're gonna see. We're
Where's
gonna
the glove
see
at?
shallow stained water. Tuesday we're gonna see clean, moderate. Like moderate depth water, and Wednesday we're gonna see deep, clean water. So I want to try to get 3 completely different scenarios over the next 3 days.
Awesome.
Yep, very excited.
Do you know exactly where you should go?
Where's that?
Well, I can't tell you.
Well, just tell me. Give me the initials.
Pete's Rock over on the flats or what?
There's
Tell
no
me
way
what's
there's no way I'm exposing that. No,
Mike,
I'm just messing with you.
When we came out last time, I don't think Corey was here, but we did the blade bait on the pilings in the Chesapeake. How the hell do you find that bite? Like
that bite.
It's so random. Like
that bite is super specific to these tidal fisheries in the Northeast. The Chesapeake and the Potomac, but it doesn't happen on the Delaware. It's the craziest thing, man.
Yeah, like
Right?
I mean, how do you even
Crazy.
discover that? Because I had never seen anything, and I still don't even kind of believe like that it is a thing. It's
a
so
thing.
random.
It's
because
so
you're
crazy.
literally on top of the fish almost.
Oh, yeah.
Like
Yeah, I mean, you're like when you look at this light right here, that's how deep you're fishing.
yeah.
And you're right on them, like pitching a jig.
That's crazy.
It's crazy. But the wild thing, Pete will tell you, doesn't happen on the Delaware, which is how far is the Delaware from the Chesapeake, Pete? 100 miles?
About that.
100 miles.
Not
It
even.
happens on the Upper Bay. It happens on the Potomac. But if you go 100 miles north or south of those 2 fisheries, you can't get it to happen. Very unique.
Yeah, that was
Very
definitely a special little deal that we
Special.
got onto. I think
Special
it's
deal.
like the early 500 vlogs, like 506 or something. But if you guys want to see some crazy, like very unique bite, you could type in Mike Iaconelli, Tackle Warehouse, Chesapeake Bay, and see it. I think it's 506 or something like that, somewhere around there.
Yep.
The vlog, but it was crazy.
If you're listening and watching, you just have to get some of those blade baits. Mullocks, Trago Vibe, the gold color, phenomenal on those tidal fisheries.
So,
You gotta get it.
so here's what we're gonna do for the Ike Live gift bag.
Yes.
We're actually gonna convert this into a trivia a little bit,
Oh,
and
okay.
what the trivia question is gonna be, it's gonna be for our folks over on YouTube, and the question is, how many vlogs has Mike done with Tackle Warehouse?
That's a good
And-
question.
And one
Do
of
you know
you
the
guys,
answer?
No, I need you to text me the answer.
Ah, son of a-
to be
okay.
exact. So,
Okay.
Corey's on it.
how many vlogs has Ike done
Wow.
with Tackle Warehouse?
I don't know. But while we're waiting for the answer.
Quite a few.
While we're waiting for the answer, let me tell you something that's interesting to put in perspective what we've talked about tonight on how long we've worked on these and known each other. Do you remember, while you're doing that, Corey, do you remember one year you guys were here and you do that amazing Tackle Warehouse giveaway where you give away, dude, it's like a boatload of tackle. Like
Every
just
10 minutes.
Crazy. No, it's no, not every 10 minutes, but it's like it's a load of tackle that you guys give away. And I remember we were here and you guys were like, "Oh yeah, just spread it out on your front deck of your boat to show how much tackle we're actually giving away." And I was like, "Cool, I'll spread it all out." And Stella was there, and Stella was like, she was like 2 or 3, and we put her on the deck near the tackle, and she had this like. Stella was always happy when she was a baby, not like now. and she had this giant
love you,
smile,
Stella.
and she had like those little like chiclet, like
Yeah,
teeth.
chiclets, yeah.
You know, like little chiclet teeth. And she was like, and I made her do the thumbs up, like, and it was great because you guys took a picture, and it was like this little like it was like almost like a doll giving the thumbs up with all this tackle.
Like an LOL
that
doll.
was She's 8 now, so that was
That's awesome,
was
man.
a lot of years ago.
Yeah,
It's
I'll
really
pull
cool.
it up. So I just sent to you guys not that long because I found it on my phone. It was a very cute pic.
How the hell did you find it?
It was in my favorites. I think I was looking through something.
That's cool, man.
Yeah.
That's sweet.
And then Pete, I don't know if you remember, but we did a vlog right after I won the Delaware River.
That was cool
on
too.
the Delaware River, which was really cool.
Sure, I
We had a
remember.
great day out there.
Yep.
Yeah, caught a lot of fish.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
It was
All
a lot
Pete's
of fun.
spots got blown up
All
ever
Pete's
since.
spots got blown up.
Yep.
They've never been good ever since.
You should see how many guys run it out there like they invented it. I invented this spot.
Gloucester Hole. Pete's Gloucester Hole.
I'm glad we moved the Ike tournament down to the Chesapeake.
I hear that. Me too, Pete.
Pete's favorite slide in Northeast Philly during the spring.
Ooh.
Industrial slide.
Come on now.
Ooh. Ooh. Yo, you know what they're doing over there now? They're selling cans of spray paint. Yeah, they're selling like these dudes. They got a booth set up where like people come
funny.
through mask required, the whole nine, and they're selling cans of spray paint to like do the street art on the joint. Yeah.
On my slide.
On your slide.
Yeah, and I actually
crap.
talked to them. I was like, "What is this thing?" They're like, "Oh, it used to be a coal chute, man.
Coal chute.
Coal chute."
Pete's favorite coal chute.
That's uncomfortable that people know about it.
I can comfortably say that I actually found that spot without. Well, you guys showed me a lot of stuff, but I found that spot without anybody showing to me. It's one of the
That's
few
good.
on the Delaware.
I would tell.
It looks right.
I will honestly tell you this.
I went in to look at the coal chute. I was like, "What is that thing?"
I will honestly
It's like,
tell you
"Damn, this looks good."
60% of the places I know in the Delaware, I learned myself. The other 40, they're all Pete's places. I'm comfortable in saying that.
Yeah.
It is cool on the Delaware when you pull into somewhere
are?
and you're like, "Oh, this looks good," and you actually catch them in there because there's 900 million places on the Delaware that look good.
Well, Pete, you know my technique on the Delaware.
I gave you a few spots.
Brian's given me a few
Yeah,
spots, too, but
I think at least 3.
I idle until I hit something with the outboard.
Oh my God, that was so awesome.
Oh yeah.
Text message.
I never saw anything like this. Like we're I'm going to tell the story about we're idling fast and I'm in the boat with Mike and I'm showing him the things that I learned over the years and I'm like, this stretch I've never been to. I don't know it at all. And Mike's idling way too fast, and I'm like, we don't know this. There's pilings and I can see metal and it's like, why are you going so fast, dude? Just chill. Like it's an unknown to us. Like just chill. And he's got his foot in the throttle and we're going.
Hand on the throttle.
And it's really calm. Like so the water's slick and we see a reverb coming back at us from his boat wake. So the waves are bouncing off of the water we're pushing and coming back at us. And I'm like, Mike, it might be a good idea to turn left or back off the throttle. And he does. He puts it in reverse as hard as he can.
Absolutely.
Rightfully so, because we go, bam, right into a metal sheet pile that is right under the surface. And remember this, Mike? Do you remember this?
Oh yeah.
And it sliced through what's that hole, that keel shield?
Yeah.
It sliced through the keel shield.
Right through it.
Right through the fiberglass of the bass cat. It sliced everything.
Ripped that hole right out of the bottom.
Man. And we were like in the water. He's like, oh, we saved it. And like we hit so hard. I'm like, there's no way we saved it. And then we sat there like as he was idling around,
and the bilge pumps came on.
And the bilge pump.
What year was this?
That was practicing.
No, it was a 2018 Bass Cat. I don't know if
my
you have that
God
boat anymore. No,
sorry, the hull of mine got replaced. So.
It was
Your boat?
It was long before. It was long before that, Riz. I'm just messing with you.
Yeah. No, it was practice. It wasn't your boat, Riz.
See, the way I look at it is
It
that,
was
like,
the
if
year before your boat.
if I get a boat from Mike and he couldn't break it, that means I can't break it either. So.
Yeah. All right.
Is it true that Ike's bass cats have like 4 extra inches of fiberglass put in them before they send them out?
If they had
They
9
should.
lives.
That's funny. That's funny you say
It
that,
is
Pete.
true.
I found a little something in the Susquehanna the other day, where I thought it looked really good. Little did I know I would be stuck on a straight up sheet of metal for the next 45 minutes until the tide came up.
Are you kidding?
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm idling. I'm like, man, this looks good. I'm standing up. I'm doing my thing, and fuck.
That boat's been there before.
Probably.
Mike has the greatest method of marking habitat with GPS points. Like we're out there on the river and I'm like, dude, it's go left. Like, shouldn't you be side imaging this? Like you don't gotta. And he would drive right up on top of it until the boat got stuck.
Make touch.
Right.
And then he'd be like,
well, that's
stop
how you can
what
tell.
he was doing. He would stop what he was
That's how you can
doing.
tell. If you look at a stick and you're like, is that stuck to the bottom or is it floating? Just drive over it and you'll know right away.
Like the last time we filmed.
I used to grab them. In practice. I'd see those little deadheads sitting out there, and I'd grab them to see if I could move them while I was idling past them. So I was close enough to grab them. If I could move it, I was like, that's shit. But if I would grab it and I couldn't move it, I'm like, ooh, boom, put a waypoint on it.
Good stick.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah, that was crazy.
And we have a winner over on YouTube for the question of how many vlogs are on Tackle Warehouse with Mike Iaconelli, and the answer comes from Sean Lay with 31.
What?
Congratulations. Congratulations,
31?
Sean Lay.
Damn.
31.
Wow.
I already got your information from Bash U, so I don't need to ask you for it.
Sean
Congratulations.
Lay.
Oh, that's very cool, man.
Sean
31, dude.
31.
Congratulations.
31 on Tackle Warehouse.
Wow. Congratulations,
That's cool.
Sean Lay.
How many?
I hope you get laid tonight, Sean Lay.
Yeah.
Sean Lay.
There's 8 we had to take down because of music rights issues.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
You guys are getting hit with that too?
It's not legit stuff. It was stuff they got repurchased by another company, and we just didn't. It wasn't worth the pursuit.
Scumbags.
Wow.
We get it every week, once a week at least.
Bash you even got
What?
hit with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, how much did you pay, Corey?
We didn't pay. We just those ones we wound up taking down.
You
It was a technical difficulty. We
Ah.
had the rights to it.
Cease and desist.
They got bought out by someone else, and they fought us back and forth, and we're actually get it.
Scumbags.
So we gotta reshoot.
They
all
are the
this.
COVID of human beings. Those
Scobo
people.
playing in the snow.
They
oh,
really
no.
are.
Scobo playing in the snow. Oh no.
All right.
All right,
That's
all
probably
right.
good.
All right.
Pete, take us out of here.
Yeah, Pete. Dude, what a great show tonight. Seriously, amazing show. I want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight.
We weren't live.
No, we weren't live the whole night, but Tackle Warehouse guys, Corey and Daniel, with us live in studio. Thank God this COVID thing's almost over. Thank
Love
God.
you guys.
Feels good to be back
Feels
out
good
here.
to be back in the studio. Want to thank Rizzo and Brian Carpenter for producing a great show tonight. Also, Pete Glusick, thank you for your input tonight. Mark Menendez for the 3-second appearance tonight.
We heard a couple words.
Mark, we'll get back to you for sure. And Jared Lintner, dude, what a great guest.
Yeah.
Jared, we put him on the spot a lot.
Thank you, Jared.
Jared, we appreciate
You sure
you.
did.
Thanks, Jared.
Yeah, we did.
See you, bud.
And
I put him on
Carrie.
the spot a lot tonight. Want to thank you for tuning in. Keep your eye out for the next Ike Live coming up in a few weeks. We're going to have one of the first original guests of Ike Live, Trent Cole, back here.
Awesome.
Lots happened since
Yeah.
we've had Trent in studio.
Randy
here at
Howe
Ike
was
Live.
actually the first guest, by the way.
Randy Howe was the first guest.
Yeah.
But we are not going to have Randy back on at all. We're never going to be sabotaged by Randy ever again.
Oh, God.
How dare you?
I
We've
love
had Randy
Howe.
on since
Randy's
then.
the
No,
best.
we have, yeah.
They were on the house.
The house.
And
yeah.
you and Becky dressed up like Thurston.
Oh, that's right, Thurston. Yeah. I remember that. No, they're good. Randy's good.
Yeah.
Want to thank you for watching. Hope you have a great week coming up. Thank you for watching Ike Live, and good night. Bye.
Empire Covers.
Night.
See y'all.
Bye. Empire Covers. Bye.
Free shipping.
You take pride in your boat,
Tackle
so it
Warehouse.
deserves the best protection possible.
Any order of
Our
$50.
durable woven fabric prevents ripping and provides
You
UV
get it.
protection. and our tape
Free
seams
shipping.
provide protection against the elements.
TackleWarehouse.com.
The heavy-duty shock cord hem and strap and buckle system provide a tight and secure fit. Our top-of-the-line boat covers come with a ventilation system to keep your boat free from mold buildup.
Free shipping.
Empire Covers, protecting what you love.
Used code IkeLive.
You take pride in your boat, so it deserves the best protection possible. Our durable woven fabric prevents ripping and provides UV protection, and our tape seams provide protection against the elements. The heavy-duty shock cord hem and strap and buckle system provide a tight and secure fit. Our top-of-the-line boat covers come with a ventilation system to keep your boat free from mold buildup. Empire Covers, protecting what you love. You take pride in your boat, so it deserves the best protection possible. Our durable woven fabric prevents ripping and provides UV protection, and our tape seams provide protection against the elements. The heavy-duty shock cord hem and strap and buckle system provide a tight and secure fit. Our top-of-the-line boat covers come with a ventilation system to keep your boat free from mold buildup. Empire Covers, protecting what you love.